What's up, everyone? We're live. Today, we are going to be beating Radiance on Steel Soul. We have everything. We have 100% completion. However, I'm not ballsy enough to just go in there and just fight Radiance, because I will probably lose the run, and I ain't trying to go into attempt 8. Attempt 7 is good enough for me. So we're going on to rather save file, and we're gonna practice this. What's up, Dar Stout? How we doing? All right, I forgot to get my chat loaded up. But that's pretty much the stream for today. Pretty much just practicing Radiance until I feel confident enough to fight Radiance in Steel Soul. Let me post this stream link in the Discord. Alrighty, let's do it. First fight of the day. I don't think we'll win first fight of the day personally. We did practice Radiance yesterday, but you know, it's probably gonna be a good warm-up attempt. What's up, Asylum? What's up, Please Remember Me? How we doing? All right. Forgot we gotta fight this nerd first. And yes, he's definitely a nerd. Go for it. Yeah, try to dash into me. If you practice Radiance, is pretty easy. Listen, I agree with you, but the problem is, in a normal run, you get repeats. Like, it only took me like a couple attempts to beat Radiance. But to get consistent at Radiance, there's a big difference between being able to beat Radiance one in every 5 to 10 runs and being consistent at Radiance. I feel like there's a big difference there. But yeah, I do agree with you. Radiance is pretty easy, but like being consistent at Radiance is probably gonna take a minute. Like being consistent enough where like I can almost flawless it. I beat Radiance first try. I mean, maybe I don't doubt it, but like, what's up, Ryan? How we doing? Like, I don't know. Radiance definitely ain't too hard, but yeah, being consistent at Radiance is gonna take a minute. I think. Okay. Okay. Yo, I'm de-darking. That was bad timing. Yo, I'm jumping. All right. It's a warm-up. It's a warm-up. Okay. Whoops. We wasn't paying too much attention. I use Sharp Shadow to dash through the Hollow Knight, the Radiance attacks, because the dash gets longer. How much damage does it do? Does it do like your nail damage or what? Have your pop in our chat. We're about to witness cinema. It's gonna take quite a few attempts to get consistent at this boss. Let's be real. The Steel Soul attempt's not until at least 2 hours in. This isn't Five Nights at Freddy's. I suppose it isn't. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. I don't want to be in the air there. Dude, I'm actually bad. It's so hard to get hits off second phase. Okay. Now that one's my fault. Okay. That's not the time to spell. Sharp Shadow does nail damage and it gets stronger with Strength Charm. Makes sense. But if we tech to go into the void to avoid hits since it only does 1 damage? A little bit, I guess, but like, you're still taking 1 damage. Like, it's better if you can just dodge the attack, low-key. Like, I feel like it's usually easier to dodge the attack than fall into the void. Because, like, the void's kind of low down. Like, you're probably going to get hit by the attack, but you're probably going to either get hit by the attack or dodge the attack by the time you even reach the void. If you Sharp Shadow into the glowing orbs, just get deleted and stop existing? Okay. Whoops. This hobo just needs to die already. There we go. Is that Adam Sandler? Dude, it might be. Okay. Whoops. Bit of a little bit of an oopsie, not gonna lie. Nice and quick first phase, though. Can't complain about that. When I try to beat Radiance, I did just the same as you, just tank hits on the Hollow Knight and just speedrun him. Yeah, I don't know. It works. I never really die to him. I might be a little bit more careful when I fight him on Steel Soul, obviously, but... And that's when I'm gonna be nervous. That's when the mistakes will start coming. When I fight it on, when I do Radiance and Hollow Knight on Steel Soul. The hands start getting sweaty. I get nervous of losing all that progress. Dude, okay. We messed it up, but it's okay. I didn't mean to do that. Let me up. Okay. It's fine. We don't take damage to that. Okay. Just play this nice and carefully. Okay. There we go. Brother needs a towel for his hand sweat. Literally. You can 1 or 2 tap Radiance second form in 2 hits with Abyssal Shriek. That's insane. Are you sure? There's no way. I hit phase 2 way more than that. Is there any way to skip all of this, or is the strategy just to close the game and reopen? Cause like I'm not seeing, cause like I ain't watching all those credits again. Like, you know, we've seen this before. It ain't nothing new. It ain't nothing crazy. It ain't nothing special. You can do tapping with Abyssal Shriek, like the part where the void starts to rise for the first time. So, phase 2. Might need to close and reopen. That might be the strat. Let me see if I can if I can skip at least the credits. Because if I can skip at least the credits, then it's not that bad. Okay, it might be tech to close and reopen the game. It might be. It might be. No way we're playing Silk Song? Dude, it's crazy. All the sources say unskippable. That's not ideal. That is unideal. Alright. Yeah, I don't... Hitting just about every button. I don't think these credits are skippable. What's up, Bonnie Jays? Hi, Ryan. Okay. We're gonna Alt F4. Make sure we're Alt F4 in the right program. They're good. Good to hear. Yeah, yesterday we actually hit 100 hours in Hollow Knight yesterday. That's pretty good. All right. Here we go. We beat it second attempt. Way better than yesterday. Yesterday was like attempt 5 or something when we beat it, so we take it. We take it. Thanks for the follow, Mia Rose. Thanks for the follow, Bonnie Jays. What games do you play? So far, I've played Lethal, Undertale, Lethal Company, Undertale, Deltarune, Hollow Knight. It'll be mostly indie games. You know, I guess technically for when I 1v1 my friend, we played all sorts of games. But I don't know. I want to do like Terraria, Skyrim, Dead Cells, a lot of stuff. Okay. Okay, maybe we gotta eat his hits a little bit less, cause holy crap, dying the whole night would be embarrassing. We should heal just a little bit. Recently played Red Dead Redemption 2. Is a great game. Yeah, I think I do want to play that at some point. I don't think I can run it, but at some point. Playing Deltarune right now. Nice. What's up, Mia Rose? How you doing? Gonna head to Twitch. All right. Should play Cult of the Lamb, but going blind. I've never even heard of that game, if I'm gonna be real. Let me load up something on my phone. Okay. Alright. Let's do this. Attempt 3. Should play Stardew. I do want to play Stardew at some point. I've never tried it. Seems like you're new to stream. I've been streaming. I've probably been streaming for like 2-ish years, but not on this channel or this Twitch. This Twitch is very new. This channel is like 6 months old. I've been making YouTube videos for over 3 years. But I started with Minecraft content, got bored with that after like 2 years. Or actually, no, after 3 years. We're like 3.5 years in. So the 3 years is when I quit my Minecraft channel. and moved to this, and I've been doing this for about 6 months. But I've definitely streamed for the better part of my Minecraft channel, so probably like 2 years I've been streaming. Chat, I'm gonna try not to use spells in my attempts, because then I can draw out the fight longer and like practice more. Because sure, I can make the fight go a lot faster if I use Abyssal Streak, but I don't really like. If I stay in the fight longer, then I'm able to practice it longer, and I don't have to fight the Hollow Knight again, or like watch the credits or whatever. So like, I think it might be tech. Also, was that a flawless first phase? Which your YouTube gotcha is down? Let me watch out your YouTube. I only have one video on my on this YouTube channel, just mostly been streaming. But after Steel Soul, I'm gonna lock in and start editing. We should have I think I'll have a Lethal Company video coming out this a Lethal Company video coming out this weekend, but it's not like a super serious video. It's just like an edited. It's basically just a stream highlights. Oh brother, second phase is where we fall apart. Oh my gosh. Bro! Okay, that was unlucky. Unlucky SMH. Bro, I'm going up. Okay. That was a sell. Your digital creator like VTuber model, logo, banner, overlay, emotes, animation, everything related to streaming at a very affordable price. Honestly, I'm good. I don't really need any like designs or anything. Plus, I'm kind of broke, so. You're going to London in a few days? Nice. Just banner. Ow. Yeah, I'd say put all focus into nail for damage. Yeah, I just want to. Like, I can. When I fight it on Steel Soul, I definitely use spells because that's how you can kill Radiance a lot faster and make the fight really easy. Like Abyssal Shriek will make the fight light as hell. But if I want to practice more, I think it'll be better just to use nails. Drag out the fight a little bit longer for practice. Okay. Alright, it's time to get good, chat. The only spell I am gonna use is probably D-Dark if I need the extra iframes. Or like if I want to remove the swords. Because that's just a good way of dodging. So like that'd be useful in Steel Soul as well. So... I mean, ideally, you don't have to use it to dodge, then you can save your soul for a different spell, for like damage or something. But it's still pretty good. Okay. Oh, brother. A little close. I'm selling at this point. Oh my gosh. Let's start Valley. What's your charm set? My charm set is Shaman Stone, Spell Twister, quick nail or quick slash or whatever it is, and fragile strength. Or I guess technically on this save file it's unbreakable strength. Whoops! Oh my gosh! Couldn't have hard sold harder. Yeah. What the flip, dude? Yep, just spawned it inside me, thank you. Not good, chat. Not good. Dude, I need to take Hornet's advice and get good for real. Oh my gosh. Yeah, let me just jump into the spike. I actually think that would be an awesome idea. Oh. Dying to the void is a little embarrassing, not gonna lie. But yeah, that's the charms. I hate Radiance. Honestly, I think it's a fun fight. And honestly, it's not too hard if you just have to beat it once. But yeah, getting consistent at the fight for Steel Soul is gonna be a little annoying. Brother. Dude, I'm eating this guy right now. It's okay. But with the Radiance, it does... So I needed to spend 15,000 out. 15,000 just to be able to consistently do it with consistent tries with a good charm set. Oh, are you talking about... Okay, I get what you're saying. Like, fragile charms will break in Radiance fight. We almost died there, Loki. I mean, for me, it doesn't matter for my Steel Soul run, because, well, I can't die anyway, so... And then in this run, I just paid the money to get unbreakable strength. I died plenty in this run outside of Radiance, so like the charm would have broken anyway if I didn't pay the 15,000 or whatever. Just farm trial too if you need money. It's not too bad. You can kind of just spell spam speedrun trial too. Oh my gosh, it took 3 tries to D-Dark there. First try we freaking Abyssal Shrieked somehow, and then the second try we Shade Souled, and then we D-Darked. There's no way, there's no way. Other than that, though, solid first phase, I think, as long as I don't hard sell here. Ooh, brother. I didn't mean to dash! I didn't need to. Oh, okay. It's alright. Or track down the banker lady. Yeah, that's also a good way to get money. Brother. This is the phase I need to get consistent at. I'm not worried about the climb. I'm worried about this phase. This is the phase that'll kill me if I die in Steel Soul. Where did... Okay, where did that come from? It's fine. You get plenty of time to heal in this fight. The only problem is you can take damage very quickly if you're not careful. Okay. What? The pogo no pogo. Oops. The pogo no pogo. Okay. This is gonna be the first time I'm gonna beat it without really using spells for damage. I think I accidentally used Howling Shriek at the beginning, but not majorly, at least. Misinput. It was a misinput. We're starting to get more consistent at the fight, chat. Like 1 in every 3 attempts we beat it or something like that. Even without like spells. We still need more practice though. I am not risking the Steel Soul run, especially bro. When I'm gonna be nervous in Steel Soul, things are gonna fall apart. Just like when we died to Hornet 2. Hornet 2 is not that hard, but we was nervous and it fell apart. Alright, Alto for the game. Open her back up. Okay. Oh yeah, I beat Hornet 2 last night. Oh yeah, I saw that. You posted that in the Discord, right? Hey. Now you basically, you should have like every upgrade accessible to you. Like every spell upgrade, like probably have like all the movement, like you can basically max out your character, you know, get charm notches, get freaking masks. Masks definitely help a lot if you get all of them. Super fun boss. Only complaint is that sometimes she spams the spikes. I know the spikes are what cooked me in Steel Soul. But sometimes she's like machine gunning those spikes. Like I destroy them and she already got like 2 new sets out. Like yo, chill. I don't have the shrieking up spell thingy. You should probably get that because you can upgrade it now that you've killed Hornet. And it's not very hard to get.
Get down!
Get good. Maybe Hornets into some BDSM. What? Hello, Radiance. What's good, gang? What is good, gamer? Never dash there. Never, 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 never. Okay. Ooh. Pretty good first phase, not gonna lie. I've been silent because I'm locked in, but like honestly, not really taking much damage. Obviously, I got hit once. That was pretty quick. That was not bad. We pretty much got first phase locked down. Again, it's just second phase. You know that feeling when you're eating chips but keep getting the big ones and you want to save those for last? Not really. I also don't really eat chips very often at all. I just don't think I think about it. Brother, what? Uh-oh. Ooh. Brother. I'm bad. I'm so awful. I'm atrocious at the video game. Okay. Why do sometimes those hit the platforms and get destroyed, and sometimes they just go through the platform? I will never understand those balls. Ball logic doesn't make no sense. See? Look at that! Why did it go through the platform that time? Every time I'm in the air and I run out of movement options, there's always 0 platforms below me. Like, they just move out of the way. Kind of like those at the female gender at my school. They just move out of the way of me. Okay, that was a bad joke. Oh my god. This is about my worst second phase ever. I don't know how we're still alive. Staying alive. Staying alive. Oh. Okay. Can you just move me to the climb already? I'm getting uncomfortable. Yeah, okay. That's crazy. I could relate though. What about the males? I don't know, bro. I just don't focus on them too much. Alright, come here, bro. Do your freaking dash, bro. Oh, okay. Well, he did do it. Oh, he did it again. Why do I keep trying to dash away when he parries? I gotta dash through him. On basically every attack, I gotta dash through him, honestly. Okay, I'm absolutely eating right now, and it's not working. See? I knew I was right at the phase. I just was inside of him. Y'all didn't see that. We might need to play this guy slightly more careful instead of just walking into him while nailing. Kind of crazy tech, though. I really wish for you to just stop spamming, just dash or swing in front of you a whole bunch. But there ain't no way that hit. Do the thing. DJ, how you describe a friend? The homie that you beat the Minecraft Ender Dragon with. Yep, something like that. Pretty sure I've beaten the Minecraft Ender Dragon with like at least most of my friends. My bae saved me. Don't hit me. Thank you. Yo, can you end first phase already? I feel like I've swung my nail at you like 80 times. I'm in the middle. I'm in the process of de-darking. Give me 1 second. Finally. Right. Bro, there. Teleport somewhere where you're easy to hit. Okay, it won't jump. It won't jump. I won't jump off the side of the blocks. It got rid of my mantis claws. They're gone. Okay. Okay. It is embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Oh, what was that? Dude, I'm absolutely buns at second phase, apparently. Oh, I always dash the wrong way there. It's fun. Time to get good. All right. Okay, what did I even get hit by? I wasn't paying attention. I think I ran into one of those spikes when it was still going down. What the flip, dude? I always have to get hit once first phase, bro. Game can never let me get a flawless off. Alright. I'm ready for another absolutely atrocious second phase. Watch this gameplay. Okay, this platform is definitely tech. It always goes this one first. I don't even know what to say, bro. Bro, that platform is absolutely tech. The free nail hits are absolutely insane. Okay, you really had to place the laser there? Come on, come on, come on. What? Bro, I didn't even know you were doing that attack, bro. Yeah. The second phase was definitely already almost over because the free nail hits were absolutely insane. But like, holy crap, the hard sell was crazy. We lost all of our health in like the matter of probably like 30 seconds. 30 seconds might be generous. Brother. Your stupid pillars are cringe. Alright. Dude, nail only is kind of hard for Radiance. Like, the fight is long. Bro, in Steel Soul, you bet I'm just spell spamming my way through second phase. But in case it goes bad, I still gotta be good at second phase. Better than I am, at least. Okay. That's not the way I wanted to dash. Absolutely atrocious first phase. Oh my gosh, couldn't be worse. Just gotta think about how we can be better. I suppose. Don't hard sell, you know? Pro tip. Bro, that feels like cheesing. It's so free. Oh, that's not good. That is not good, chat. Wait, what the hell? That was so fast. That was insanely fast. It's actually crazy how fast that was. Bro, I can afford to just eat every single laser here and be fine. Did we just alter for the game now? I mean, we already know we beat it. There it is. Kill number 3 or 4. I don't know. It could be 5. Like, I don't even remember. Not that many. I can count my Radiance kills this stream on one hand. Probably. Alright. We still just gotta get more consistent at it, because we are not consistent enough. I know we're doing nail only, but I want to be consistent at nail only. Dude, I almost have 60 hours in this save file. That's crazy. For this save file to have 11 hours of playtime and have basically the same completion percentage is crazy in my opinion. This save file literally has less charms. It doesn't even have all the charms. I'm missing like 3. Basically the lifeblood ones, and one of them I gave to one of the troop people and never got it back. Okay. His nail has an extended hitbox. I'm sorry. Like, that first one, like, his very first hit on me did not land. It did not hit me. The extended hitbox is crazy. Okay, why are we dashing away? We've covered that that is not the tech. I've never played Hollow Knight. It's a pretty fun game. You should play it. Oh my god, he's gooning. Ow. Bro, he just sat on me. If only a Hornet would do that. Oh, there she is. Speak of the devil. Is that on PS4? Yeah, should be. It's on PS4, Xbox, Nintendo Switch. I just played on PC though. I play with a PS4 controller though. This PS4 controller is goated, if we're being real. Except for the fact that one of my triggers are broken, but it works like a solid 80% of the time. 60% of the time. $80 might be a little generous. Okay, I need to fix that. I always like when I go to de-dark the spikes, I realize the spikes are gonna like get in my way. I freeze up, and then right before I can get the de-dark off, because it takes a second to get the de-dark off, I get hit. I gotta wait till I get. Okay, that time was just on me, but like I gotta wait till I like get a moment to de-dark. Like I can't rush it. Because I swear I take damage to that like every time. And it's always right when I'm about to de-dark the spikes. Okay. Okay. What just happened? How did we just lose first phase? How did we... I don't even know what just happened. Like... Damn. I don't know. The fall off needs to be studied or something. Bro, I'm dashing. What? It won't. Okay, dash. Thank you. Oh no, so sad. Okay, laser spam. There we go. All right, this attempt is going much better. I'm actually locked in this time. Watch me say that and just start getting absolutely dunked on. Okay, what was that? That orb needs to be gone now. How is it still homing on me like that crazy? Oh god. Yo, end. Okay. Oh, dude, I forgot about the curve. Ugh, that was bad. Whoa. Whoa. Already? Damn. Bro, I was so confused for a minute. You can't just surprise me like that. Dunked on. All right. We keep practicing, boys. I'm not consistent enough. Not even close. Not even close. We're dying more than we're beating it. Once I start killing Radiance like 5 times, or like 3 or 5 times in a row, then I might start thinking about loading up this Steel Soul set. But like, I don't even know if we beat it. If we've beat it twice in a row. Like, I don't know. Maybe we have. I haven't really been paying attention, but I don't think we beat Radiance twice in a row yet. But if you practice too much and start crashing out when it's time for the big one, if I'm crashing out, I'm not gonna attempt the big one. Hey, practice makes perfect, and we're gonna get this pretty close to freaking perfect. I'm telling you. If only I could practice this freaking boss in Godom and then have to fight this silly turd beforehand. Like when you cram for an exam and are totally winded. I suppose. I don't know. I'm practicing the hell out of this boss. Bro, my math professor kinda crashed out after we had a test on Tuesday, and I knew this was a hard test, but I thought I don't think I did that bad. But like, man, obviously the class he hasn't published our grades yet, but obviously the class did not do well, because this morning I came into class and he's like, he was like assigning us seats or assigning us with a partner, and he gave us this assignment. It was like get back in the groove assignment or something. I don't know. And he was talking about how our test scores were like horrible. He's talking about how when he was grading the test is not looking good. We need to refocus or something. I don't know. Like, He was crashing out or something, bro. It's his fault, bro. Maybe do a little more than just reading out a PowerPoint on class that is posted online. So, like, what's the point of me even coming, bro? I can read that myself. Although, we have to do activities in class, so it's like some of my grade is participation. Ooh. Ooh. Uh-oh. Bro, again, I tried to D-Dark. Well, okay, that time was my fault. But the time before that, well... Oh my god. Okay, let's lock in for a second. Whoa, I dashed. Okay. Damn, that's crazy. I don't know. He was not happy, I guess. I don't know. Ugh, not the best start to second phase here. Bro, I'm fine, it's better than taking double damage. Chat, we might be cheesing. We might be cheesing, but we take the cheese. We love cheese. Like... This freaking quick slash when he's just standing still is so good, it feels like cheese. It's so good. One could call it cheese. One could call this cheese. Absolutely abysmal first phase and we still win. First phase could not have gone worse. We dropped to 1 HP. We love cheese. Later. All right. Open back up already now. Yeah, what's your favorite cheese though? Like low-key? What's your favorite one? Me personally, man, I don't know. Like obviously mozzarella pretty good. You know, Swiss cheese, I fuck with Swiss cheese, you know. American cheese is not that good. It's not it. 100%. Pepper jack is pretty fire. I like Havarti. This is good too though. Facts. Parmesan's always good, you know. Eat with a lot of Parmesan at work. And mozzarella, that's like the two when you work at an Italian place.
Get down!
Damn it, I mistimed it. Alright. Dude, chat, y'all think we can beat Radiance 3 times in a row? We've beat it twice in a row, I think. Right? Or did we die in between? I don't remember, chat. I don't remember. Did we beat it twice in a row? Someone fact check me. That was twice in a row, right? I can't remember if I died or not. I don't even know. All the attempts are blending together. Whoa. You'll know when you're ready? Yeah, probably. Still cool to see how many times I can beat in a row, though. God damn it. I think after all this, I'm starting to like Radiance more as a boss, to be honest. Like, I don't remember when I put it on my tier list when you had me rank all the Hollow Knight bosses. I think I still put it pretty high. Like, it was probably like an A tier, I feel like, but like, low-key, it's a fun boss. Okay, we forgot about the cheese. What are we doing? What are we doing, mate? I'm going down here because I really want the cheese. I want it to happen. Radiance is not going to let it happen. It's fine. This is good. This could happen in Steel Soul. We could not be able to get the cheese off. And we got to still be able to whip out a good fight, you know? Ay, ay, ay. Not good. Oh, not good. Oh, damn. Oh yeah, you could rematch that list after having done all the bosses on Steel Soul a few times. Yeah, I could. Here, if we ever need to take a break, if I start crashing out, then we'll do that. That's right. Start stabbing yourself. Bro might need some better help online therapy. Okay, Hornet. Word. First phase is going pretty good so far. I feel like we got a lot of damage in there. It's probably already almost over. If it will let me do damage to it again. Oh. Bro, y'all literally saw the D-Dark animation come out. Like, I had time. Like, how? There's no way. There's no way the iframes weren't there yet. Oh, I gotta ban someone in my chat. Bad timing? Yeah, whatever. Bro, these bots are crazy. They show up all the time. Like, at least one a stream. Oh, brother. First phase went from going really good to really not good. Like, this is one of the worst ones, for sure. Okay, chill. Okay, I swear I didn't hit a spike. Hey, what's up? How's your stream going? It's going pretty good. Stupid all bots. Yeah, they're everywhere, bro. The cheese, the cheese. We love the cheese. Oh my god, that was the fastest second phase of my entire life. One has never seen a faster second phase. Okay, how do I always get hit on that last one? Glad to hear that. What if a bot comes in for the Steel Soul attempt and completely messes you up? That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. I mean, honestly, Hyde, you could have mod if you want. You're like in like every stream, so. You don't have to use it if you don't want to, but you can have it. All right, that's another win. Yeah, another win. Still not consistent. Doesn't feel like we've made that much progress towards consistency. Well, last night or yesterday, I only beat it like a couple times. So actually, I would say this is a decent step in the right direction, at least. All right. Fight me. Oops. Come on. Let's do this. Whoops. Finally. I think that was taking forever. I was also playing a lot safer for some reason. Rather than just like eating every hit. We still end up kind of low, to be honest. All right, Hornet, I'll get good. Here we go, chat. Be dark. Nod. How do I mod good? Just ban the bots, Loki. Or don't, it doesn't really matter, I'll get to it. Moderate the bots, optional. You're an op. Instant teleport. Just let a man have his cheese. Damn it, I shouldn't have moved. It's fine, he's gonna move here next, watch. Watch, watch, watch. Close enough. Oh shoot. I jumped into his eyes that are shooting laser beams. Usually that's not what you want to do. I don't know, chat. Okay. Yeah, I try my best. If a bot shows up, they're as good as banned. Yo, dubs. That's another win! Radiance wins are sure not as exciting once you've done it like 10 times. But a win is a win, boys. A win is a win. A win is a win. What can we say? Bro might have just gotten absolutely rolled. Whoops. Alright, let's open her back up. I should put like a image behind my game cap with the amount of times it's we gotta reopen this game and it's just a black screen for a minute. The Steel Soul win will definitely be exciting. I'll finally be free. Bro, if I have 60 hours in this save file, I've dumped like almost 50 hours into Steel Soul at this point, bro. Sounds like a... Man. I mean, I guess it's not that... Actually, a better way to calculate how many hours I spent on Steel Soul would be to count up all the hours in all the Steel Soul streams. But it's... Too many. It shouldn't have taken 7 attempts. That's all I'm saying. 7 attempts... hold on, my mic is cocked. 7 attempts is crazy in my opinion. I need to fix my, like, my pop filter. Whatever. Okay. I just shook my mic a whole bunch. That could have been, like, ear damaging, bro. It's probably fine. Okay. Buddy. For me, it'll probably take over 10 attempts. Maybe you got it. You never know. Just be careful. Always run a lot of masks. Your like #1 priority should be getting more masks and running Fragile Heart. Especially early game. Early game, just get all the masks as soon as you can. And then really just... You should be good for platforming since you have that many masks. And then really just practice the bosses that you need to practice in Steel Soul, or not in Steel Soul, in God Home, and you should be good. Yeah. That's why I wrote down all the mask shard locations in Discord, and I was getting them as soon as they were accessible, pretty much. Like... Got Fragile Heart as soon as we made it into Fungal Waste and could talk to Leg Eater. I'm locked in. This is a good first phase. We might flawless. That was really fast and we flawless. All right. Hopefully, if we get lucky with the attacks, then we can do the cheese. But sometimes it teleports right away, so you can't really cheese. It kind of depends on what it does. This kind of works, but it makes it a little bit more difficult because I have to focus on dodging the balls. Ooh, laser after is a solid attack. It's already almost dead, I'd say. Oh my god. Call it an 90% speed run. Call this a speed run attempt. What was that? What about vessel fragments? Those aren't as important. I kind of ignored those, to be honest. Like, honestly, I wrote them down too, but like I would get them eventually, but like, they don't really gotta be a focus. Like, masks and charm notches should come way before vessel fragments, because vessel fragments, sure, you can double your soul, but like, You think you're ready now? Nah. Listen, even if it's like a 1 in 5 chance that I lose, being nervous is gonna like at least double that. And like, man, if I can't always cheese the second phase. It's not always gonna happen. I should probably start to actually avoid the cheese, because I feel like it's making second phase too easy. and I might not be able to cheese in Steel Soul. Like depending on what attacks it does, because sometimes it'll teleport right away, and sometimes it'll, like that attempt, it stayed there for like forever because it did the balls attack, then it did the laser, and then it did spears. So I was able to get like a ton of damage in, but like that's probably not gonna happen when we fight it in Steel Soul. So I'm gonna try to stop using that, like stop abusing that, and try to just do like second phase like more for real. A little bit. What's up, Doob Animated? How you doing? Okay. Start swinging at yourself already. You doing the Hollow Knight? I'm just practicing Radiance before I fight it on Steel Soul. Starting to get pretty consistent at Radiance, but I wanna. This is my 7th Steel Soul attempt. I'm not trying to sell on the final boss. I'm perfecting this fight before I challenge it on my Steel Soul save. All right. What's good, gang? Gasp. Okay. Not the balls, bro. The balls. Let's try to get another flawless first phase. First phase is too easy not to be flawlessing it. Come on now. But especially when I'm using spells, when I do it on Steel Soul, we'll be chilling. We'll be chilling. I should be able to flawless first phase. If I can't, that's just embarrassing. Okay, almost took damage there. Would have been embarrassing. Oh, brother. Okay, I'm not gonna cheese second phase this time. Let's just try to get good. Let's just try to like actually get good at second phase. I'm not gonna go in that platform and do like 80% of second phase's health right away. I'm gonna try to do it legitimately, and probably get cooked. I'm not gonna lie, bro. The second phase is a struggle. Oh, brother. Okay. It's a little close. All right. Light work. take this nice and slow. There's no need to rush it. You have plenty of time. That works. Dude, what would happen if I was 1 HP and that happened? Because I swear we traded there. Do we win or do we lose? Wait, y'all see that? Chat, look in the bottom left. Look in the platform on the bottom left. That's me jumping. You see that smoke particle? Bro, I'm hopping around. I'm still there. I don't know if y'all see that. Hold on, watch when I attack. There's gonna be the nail thing. Y'all see that? Wait, can I spell? Yeah, what? Watch this. Wait, can I die? Can I die? Wait, what? So I would lose the run. Dude, I definitely just broke the game. That is definitely not supposed to happen. Honestly, it's kind of good because now we don't have to reopen the game. We've beaten it. We've beaten Radiance a couple times in a row, though, no? I'd say we're getting pretty good. Like, we kind of followed Hornet's advice of getting good. What a way to sell. I mean, I take that as a win. I killed myself on purpose. We take that as a win. That's like 3 times in a row or something. I don't know. I don't even know at this point. We have beat Radiance a amount of times in a row. At least 2 times in a row. We're getting consistent though. We're close to me being confident enough to attempt it in Steel Soul. Close, but not there yet. We ain't there yet. Whoops. Okay. I should uninstall the game. I'm awful. Dude, I might actually be horrible at the video game. Embarrassing. Okay. Not a good first phase. I mean, we really just took damage at the beginning because I hard sold on the spears coming to the left and then we flawless the rest, but okay. And then I accidentally hit double jump there, but whatever. We can probably still clutch this up if we're careful. You know, I don't even need the cheese to clutch this up. Watch. Watch me die. Okay. We might need the cheese. We might need the cheese. Ooh. Damn it. This is a bad run. Are you serious? Not good placement. I mean, that's kind of my fault. Oh my gosh. Give me time. Alright, we can survive one hit, boys. Although the fact that we clutched this run up says something that we're probably about ready for Steel Soul. Because this is about as bad as a run could go. And we still avoided cheese or using spells. And we still win. And we still win. With a hit to spare. A hit to spare. Like... We don't have the bug this time, chat. I take that as a W. I take that as a W. Cause, yeah, that was a really bad attempt, and we were still able to clutch up just fine. Dude, I think we got this boss down, chat. I think we got it down. The thought of opening up the Steel Soul save is nervous. Did I get the glitch again? I did not, unfortunately. I checked, but there's nothing there. I was not still there. I must have broke it because I took damage at the same time as I killed Radiance. We're gonna... Man, Chad. I'm so nervous. Dude. Hey, boss, what does this shield mode thing do? What do you mean, this shield mode thing? Chat, do we load up Steel Soul? Chat, maybe we flip a coin. Maybe we flip a coin. Let's flip a coin. Let's flip a coin. Heads? Heads? Heads, we go in. Tails, we keep practicing 5 more attempts. Or like, we practice 5 more times. In Twitch mod chat? I'm not sure. Oh, we gotta do the Google flip a coin though, because the Firefox one doesn't have an animation and it's really boring. Please don't be light mode. Okay. There we go. Animation. It's lagging. Tails. Okay, we should practice more. We listen to the coin. We listen to the coin. We listen to the coin. Well, I said 5 more practice runs. We're gonna do 5 more practice runs. If I lose a single one of the 5, I'm not consistent enough. I'm not consistent enough to feel confident. So here's one of 5. We gotta keep count or keep track of these because I'm gonna lose count, low-key. I'll only use it if the bot situation gets horrendous. What does it do? Quote, chat will be cleared and any setting selected in shield mode will be immediately activated. Oh. So something really bad would have to happen. Whoa, chat. I'm not counting that as attempt 1 of 5. I'm not counting that as one of the 5 attempts. That was just me being an absolute buffoon and not really paying attention to the boss fight. He's still a boss, even if he's one of my least favorite bosses of all time. I hate this guy. Not Nosk levels of annoying, but like, bruh. Pick a unique attack. Like, all you do is dash forward, and I guess occasionally you goon because you're like infected or whatever, but you either swing forward or you dash forward. Come on. The whole fight is just me dashing through you and praying I get my dash back in time. If I don't, then I just eat your attack and do more damage. Like, I don't know. Like, if there's more than one bot, or if there's a fight between chatters, I should probably check what my shield mode actually entails, because that might be like a full like lockdown, bro. Like, one of my ones had to lock down my Discord one time. I was asleep. All right, attempt 1 of 5. If I beat all 5 of these attempts in a row, I'm doing it on Steel Soul. So it's locked in, chat. Okay. Ooh. Stop spamming the spears. This is not going well. Whoops. Bro, I can't do any damage when you do that. Like, let me kill you, dog. The spear spam needs to be studied. It's that bad. Okay. Do I cheese? Nah, we don't cheese. For these attempts? Okay, what was that? On Steel Soul, we're cheesing, though. Is that even really cheesing though, chat? Like, come on now. But for extra practice, I'm not doing it. It makes it too easy. Listen, if you're gonna teleport in front of me like that, though, you're asking to be cheesed. And that's not even cheese. That's just nailing when I get the opportunity. right. 1 of 5. Victory 1 of 5, chat. Four more in a row. 4 more in a row. We're running it up on Steel Soul. All right. Man, I'm scared as the Steel Soul attempt approaches closer. Like, man, the Steel Soul run is good. It is good. It is good, and I don't want. I do not want to do another run at this point. Man, if we lose this one, oh my god. Like I think I'd start to crash out. Maybe I should record this, low key. Maybe I should. Wait, how much storage do I have? Ooh. We got 166 gigabytes free, but Windows does mark the drive as red. It'll be fine for this recording though. Okay. Four more. What's up, the Hollow Knight? Man, I still can't believe how crazy your storage is. It was only like $60 for a 2 terabyte SSD. For a SATA SSD anyway. Not crazy fast, but good enough for editing. All I have is my videos, which is like a terabyte on it, and I have the rest is like basically all my apps and games. I basically just have Windows on my other drive because it's only 256 gigabytes. So I'm almost out of storage though. I gotta clear out some stuff. I don't know. Clear out some old recordings. The Hollow Knight and Cuphead ones. But I'm not sure. I don't have the motivation to edit like that many hours of my first Hollow Knight playthrough. And like people have seen a Hollow Knight playthrough before, like first time. Like what's new? I don't know. Oh my god. Okay, I gotta walk in. I might go quiet for a sec. Okay. 3 more. We're gonna be okay. We can clutch up a run that's already going bad. Even without the cheese. Bro, where is bro? Ugh. I messed that up horribly. Nope. I should have just canceled. If I knew his ball attack, I would have. Okay. Oh my god. This is actually not going good. Man, we just lost. Well, I lost one of the 5. Ugh. Really have to fight this Radiance guy again? Okay, you know what? In like 10 minutes, I'll have been practicing Radiance for 2 hours. I'm calling it at that point. Unless these runs start going atrociously bad, I'm winning pretty much every time. Oops. On these last couple practice runs, I'm gonna incorporate spells again. I want to make sure, because I am gonna use spells on my Steel Soul run to make it easier. But I want to make sure when I am spelling, I'm not selling and getting hit by attacks when I'm trying to get spells off. Okay, see, kind of like that. But to be fair, why the flip did the ball spawn there? That's just cringe. Did that laser just disappear? Maybe I should have saved a little bit of soul. Okay, again, I'm not gonna cheese, but I will use spells. If I get the chance, which I might not. Okay. Oh my god. Am I this bad without the cheese? This is hard to watch. Wow, okay. That has to be unlucky though. What? That one spot. Yeah, I just lost twice in a row. I am horrible. I am horrible. I gotta turn this around. What is it going on? What is going on? Dude, it's like I can't log in. I was so good for a good bit there, and then I lost once, and the momentum is gone. Dude, I'm gonna crash out. How is this guy dunking on me? Come on now, start stabbing yourself already. Dude. A little less fat, please. Hornet? Thank you. Oh my god. I need to focus up. I used to be flawlessing this like every time, or like one hit maybe. Now you're watching this atrocious gameplay. Oh. My god, chat. It might be Joker for me, like holy crap. Okay. Let me hit you. Well, at least we got a win. A win is a win. A win is a win. Alright, I'm doing one more practice attempt and I'm going in on steel soul, bro. I'm tired of practicing. Bro, I'm tired of this practicing this stupid guy, this stupid boss, bro. I can beat it. I can beat it. I can beat it. I can beat it. It's only like I'm saying this after I lost the 2 attempts before that. My guy Dale, what's good? Yeah, how's it going, full inventory? A win is indeed a win. That's what I'm saying. A win is indeed a win. But yeah, the run after this, we're attempting it on steel, so I'm just doing it. I'm tired of practicing. Been practicing this darn Radiance guy for 2 hours. And I have to fight this darn Hollow Knight guy before him. Like, bro, just die already. You could just stab yourself a little bit faster. It would be very helpful. Thank you. Nope, not quite yet. There we go. Good boy. Wait, did you say you have to go? No. Hold on, how far have you gone through Steel Soul? I'm all the way in Steel Soul. I have 105% completion percent right now. I'm sitting at the bench right before these bosses. I just don't got the balls to fight him. But I'm doing it after this. This is my last practice attempt before I just go on to Steel Soul. I'm tired of practicing Radiance. If I win this one. Alright, take me in the fight already, my lady. Kick his butt. Yes, sir. That's what we're gonna do. This is the run before Steel Soul run, but it's already making me more nervous. It's not even the Steel Soul run. There's no stakes. Oh, you're an op. Whoa. How did we not get hit there? Dude, I was inside that big laser. Loki. I didn't have my iframe dash back, so I was just running away from it. Okay, what the flip was that? Also, kind of surprised first phase is still going. Oh. Oh, I guess it isn't. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh brother. Not going well. Brother, are you dead? How many more hits? Thank God. Okay, what are we doing? We got way too greedy with the healing. 2 masks was enough. Now I gotta be extra careful. Oh my God. Why am I nervous? I'm nervous and I'm choking. This run doesn't have any stakes to it. It's not even the real deal. So I've been kind of quiet. It's all good. I've probably been quiet too because I'm locked in. Alright, I'm not doing this whole ending sequence. Chat, do we do it on Steel Soul? I don't know. That run was a little close. I don't know. You're doing pretty well though, and the Twitch chat has been pretty calm. Ooh, man, I don't know. Man, I don't know. Opening this is just so scary. Man. Honestly, I get that spells are good damage, but I practice so much with nail, I'm not using spells enough. Like, it might almost be worth it to take off, like, these. And then, I mean, I shouldn't experiment on Steel Soul, but it might be better to just take off those. Just go for, like, freaking Marker Pride and, like, freaking, yeah. Are we doing it for real this time? Man, I don't know. Maybe I just do what I just Chat, do we think we should do it? Do we think we should do it? Do we think we should do it? Do we... It's right there. It's right there. Ooh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. We listen to the coin. We listen to the coin. We listen to the coin. The coin is how we make our decisions. Oh, I got DMs on Discord. Okay. Let's do the Google one. Google one is better. Flip a coin. Okay, heads we do it, tails we don't. Dude, I just got tails 3 times in a row with the last 2 coin flips. Okay, hold on. I can't flip it again. You're gonna feel hella silly if you fail. That's what I'm saying. Let's try changing up the charm build. I don't like using spells on Radiance that much because it kind of at least be open to the attacks. I really like the nail build a lot better. So real quickly, I'm just gonna do like one run. I'm just gonna experiment. Drop the spell charms. Let's run like freaking Mark of Pride and like something else. I don't know. Whoops, not that one. We definitely want that one. Like let's learn. Probably not long now. Although if there's nothing else I can think of, let's run Mark of Pride for sure, right? Everything else might be buns. Everything else might be buns. And I don't really dash through Radiance at all, so I don't care. I don't know. Dude, maybe literally just long nail. I mean, people hate on long nail for being a bad charm, but like, what else am I gonna cook up here? I'm gonna try it out. Well, that is weird. I can hit bro from the other side of the map. But there's a good foot distance in between us. Okay. Definitely makes that fight a little bit easier. I'm hella back. We're debating whether we just do it on Steel Soul, Ryan. We're debating. Whoops. A little bit of a miss quick. Go chill with the friggin' spears. This is the worst attack. Maybe not. I don't know. No, honestly, the spears going from left to right is definitely the worst attack. Okay, what was that? I swear I was high enough. This is what I mean. Okay. Bro, why did it teleport right away? Lame. See, that's what the extra nail length helps with right there. We're able to hit it without jumping. Oh, God. Oh my God, that is so light. This fight is light as hell. I didn't even get a chance to cheese and that was light. Anyways. Chat, I think we just tried in Steel Soul. No wonder everyone in this game calls Radiance the light. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Okay, chat. I'll be back in 30 seconds. I'll just let this play out. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'm gonna come back. We're doing it on Steel Soul. We're doing it on Steel Soul for real. I'll be right back. Okay, chat. I'm calm. I'm comfortable. I'm collected. I'm ready for this fight. This is like the end of the credits, right? Yeah. Let's do this. That is not the end of the credits. Why are we at the beginning of the credits? No. We'll let the credits play when we beat it on Steel Soul. All right. I had to tell my bae to wish me luck. You hydrated? You locked in? You're right. You're right. We gotta hydrate. We gotta hydrate. Locked in? Yes. Hydrated? Yes. Should we ping the Discord? Nah, I already stream pinged. It's fine. Maybe I'll turn the Steel Soul experience into a video. I didn't record any of it, but I could probably like skim over it. I'm recording now. Okay, chat. Just gonna take a breather. The palms aren't sweaty yet, but the palms are gonna be sweaty. Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. We're putting on these ones. People are gonna be mad at me. Why are you using long nail? Long nail's buns. I don't care, bro. I want a longer nail. There's no turning back now, chat. There's absolutely no turning back now, chat. I ain't gonna close the game if it starts going bad. I ain't that type of player. This is the attempt, chat. Playing this fight a little bit more careful. Instead of being on 2 HP by the time he starts hitting himself, we're on 6. So small difference. Small difference. Please. Please. Okay. This last breather we get. Here, I'll do a stream thing. Yeah, no. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. No, I'll do the thing. I'll do the thing. Dude, I'm nervous. Challenging final boss right now. If y'all don't wanna miss it. Okay. Please. We stay calm, stay collected. Calm down, you got this. I'm trying my best to stay calm. Ugh, that sound effect hits way harder The quiet thud. Oh my god. It's all hitting so much harder. Quick first phase. First phase is already almost done. I'm telling you. Okay. It's going smooth. Like, I would honestly say it's not going too bad right now, all things considered. Stop placing the 4 spikes and then teleporting on top of them. You're an op. Bro wants me to D-Dark so bad. Like, just say it. Just say you want me to D-Dark at this point. Kick her butt. Alright, that's the last chat message I'm gonna read. I gotta focus. Or maybe when I'm healing between phases. No. Okay. Please, we get a good cheese here. Please, we get a good cheese here. I'm begging. I'm begging you. This could be. Oh, that's bad. It's fine. That's okay. It's not like we need that to beat the fight. Damn it, that was bad. That's my fault, though. Damn it. Okay. Come on. It's the climb. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yes! Let's go! Let's go! Dude, we beat it. We beat it. Oh my god. Attempt number 7 is the lucky number. Holy crap. Not even close. You're buns. I'm like basically full health right now. Oh, you're so buns. Oh my god, you're absolutely atrocious, Radiance. Holy crap. Whew. Whew. Yeah, I'm like that. I'm like that. I'm like that. Steel Heart achievement. Yep. Where's that? Where is it at? I don't know if I saw it on stream when I beat it. I don't know if it plays after the cutscene or when you kill Radiance. I wasn't paying attention. Let's go, though. Let's go. Oh my god. Suffering is finally over. That fight was so quick. That fight was so quick. We gotta really get... Honestly, we weren't able to cheese second phase, but second phase still went well, all things considered. Like, climb was perfect. First phase is okay. We got 100%. We have 105% on this save file right now. That includes a little bit of DLC stuff, but it should be fine. Man, holy crap. That took so long. Dude, how many streams was that? Like 20 or something, bro. I'm thinking 7 attempts and some of them lasted a couple streams. That's... Oh, especially this one. Well, actually, this one was pretty short. We kind of speed ran. The game. Sound of Music by... Oh my gosh. I missed the entire credits. That's okay. The number of streams is yes. That's what I'm saying. Oh my god. I'm so happy it's over. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Let's go. Steel Soul win. Steel Soul win. They might as well announce it at this point. About as much as your normal Hollow Knight streams. My first attempt was long though. That took me forever. Oh my god. We've gotten fast at the game though. This save file only has like 11 or 12 hours on it. Which for a 100% Steel Soul is not bad. Oh my god though. Okay. That like 3 hours of practice between yesterday's stream and today's stream was definitely worth it. It paid off. Probably higher than 2. Probably higher than 2 streams. I would assume. Being it took like 4 streams for this save file. Or something. I don't know. 3 or 4. Okay, chat. Do you have every achievement now? No, there's like some, there's probably one for Path of Pain. There's Pantheon achievements. There's some for speedrunning, which honestly, I think I can do the speedrunning achievements now. I've gotten so good at especially the early game of just speedrunning. Congratulations. You put skill fully improved. You have a Steel Soul. Thank you for taking the time to explore and conquer the world we built. We'll meet again soon with a new challenge for you. I have a Steel Soul. Let's go. There's Steel Soul, Steel Heart, and Speed Completion. Well, I got one of the speedrun achievements. Achieve 100% completion in under 20 hours. Took us 12 hours. Not even close. Whoa. That's... We got the Steel Soul background. Let's go. I'm too scared to touch the save file now. That save file is sacred. Never opening it again, because I will die. Let's go. Let's go. Wait, where is it? A couple of secret achievements, but there it is. Steel Soul and Steel Heart, and somehow we got speed completion. Dang. We still have quite a few to go though. Pure completion will be the hardest one. That's gonna require Pantheon 5. Dang. So now what do we do? Tier list lore reaction? I think we have to do a lore reaction. It feels fitting, I feel like. This chat, like, I could do it after Path of Pain, right? But Path of Pain isn't that big of a challenge, like, comparatively. I could do it after Pantheon 5, but realistically, I don't want to do the Pantheons for a while. So, yeah. I think we're gonna... that was the wrong scene. I think we're gonna react to the lore, chat. Let's react to the lore. Pull up this. Let's make sure my browser is set good. Browser audio maybe. Let's just do Brave. Actually, I'm just gonna do game audio so it shows up on the recording because I only have game audio, my mic, and Discord audio in my recordings. Only 3.4% of players have completed it. Statistically speaking, Steelheart is the hardest. Are you sure? I feel like 112% completion has to be harder. I feel like there has to be some that are less. Oh, what channel is this gonna be on? We'll switch to this one. Okay. Hollow Knight lore. This one, right? Moss bag. 1 hour and 17 minutes. Whoa. Whoa. We watched the Moss Bag one, right? That's the one you watch. Damn. Well, let's hope the stream doesn't get taken down. I can edit this part out if he claims this.
What is your favorite video game ever made? I would have to say Cory in the House for the Nintendo DS. But Hollow Knight would be a
completion
close
is
second.
5.8%.
Hollow Knight was released on
players?
February 24th, 2017 by Team Cherry, an indie game studio based in the mythical land of Adelaide, South Australia. Over the past 3 years, Hollow Knight has become an indie darling. The game has sold over 3.5 million copies. It was the opening game at ADGQ 2019.
What is
There's a Hollow Knight book,
ADGQ?
a line of plushies,
Book is crazy.
T-shirts,
I might have to get the
patches, nuclear warheads, and even vinyl records for all you goddamn hipsters.
Okay,
Team
did you
Cherry
just
had
say
one
nuclear
goal when
warheads?
making Hollow
Let's
Knight.
chill.
They wanted to create a world that allowed players to get completely lost in exploration. We can see this desire in Hollow Knight's design. The levels in Hollow Knight are massive, with secrets and rewards hidden in every nook and cranny, be that powerful charms, special abilities, or, The game's navigation system requires the player to work for their map, forcing them to make a stronger mental image of the world in their head. Christopher Larkin's score and
Twitch stream info.
artwork lend to this as well, creating an atmosphere that the player won't want to leave. But there's one aspect of Hollow Knight that keeps people like me coming back: the world building.
The world building is so good. It's actually peak.
When Super Metroid launched in 1994, it stood out for its amazing sense of immersion.
Oh my bad,
Now,
the audio's
in
being
1994,
duplicated.
I was busy not being alive, but I've watched enough YouTube video essays to know that this game was a big deal.
Is it loud enough, chat? Is it good
Super
volume?
Metroid is basically the granddaddy of all Metroidvanias. That's why they're called Metroidvanias. Now in Super Metroid, there are moments that give the player a sense of depth. Basically the feeling that this world exists outside of Samus's interactions with it.
Is the voice sound overlapping to you? No, I just had game audio and browser audio both set to this, so they were both playing at once.
Gameplay at all, but instead gives the player a sense of wonder about the world.
It might have been overlapping, I don't know.
Who was this guy?
I've never played Super
Why was he here
Metroid.
in the first place? Did he like jazz? Now, finding dead bodies and other random garbage is pretty cool, right? Well, Hollow Knight basically does the same thing, about a dozen times. Through its world building, Hollow Knight turns Hallownest into a living
Played it
kingdom.
a few times, nice.
You can sense the ancient history of the land when you look at dilapidated structures.
We love City
or
of Tears,
giant
best environment,
garden
Lucky.
doors. Nothing feels like it was put into the game randomly. There's a reason for it all. Except those reasons aren't the easiest to uncover.
I've never seen that
Hollow
room.
Knight's
Well,
narrative
that's
is
gotta
buried
be
under layers of NPC
above or under
dialogue,
collector.
item descriptions, lore tablets, and even additional content like the Quarrel comic and Fan Gamer's Wanderer's Journal.
Quarrel
These
comic?
past 3 years have seen an insane amount of research by the Hollow Knight community to make sense of Team Cherry's sprawling world. We've even made it to the point where people are looking at the in-game signs to try and decipher Hallownest's logographic language. In this video, I hope to give you a long and detailed look into the world of Hollow Knight, exploring Hallownest's history and uncertain future. When I'm not busy making surprisingly accurate Super Smash Bros. Roster speculation videos, or insightful podcasts about beloved subjects like the Donkey Kong Country television series, or whatever this was supposed to be,
Brother,
I'm
what?
usually making videos about Hollow Knight. And while I am a seasoned
Did you
Hollow
say
Knight
how
lore
to
expert,
eat butt?
I
Yeah,
cannot
I saw
confirm
that too.
every musing or theory presented in this video is completely correct. I highly recommend checking out the lore section of the Hollow Knight wiki if you want a more neutral explanation of Hollow Knight's lore. But if you're too lazy to read, then I suggest you sit
Like
back,
me.
order some Domino's pizza, or just grab a block of cheese.
It's gonna be
from
an
the
hour,
fridge
chat, so y'all
and
better be
enjoy
ready.
the mostly complete lore of Hollow Knight. It's a simple fact of life that every human worships a god, be that technology, ideologies, or in rare cases, God. As it turns out, the bugs in Halnest pretty much operate in the same way. From the Mosskin born from the dream of a giant slug,
Type?
to the emo kids of the ancient civilization who literally worship the darkness, there is no shortage of things to worship in the world of Hollow Knight. Our story
Me and
begins
the
with a
homies
creature
hate
very
reading,
much
that's what I'm
worthy of
saying.
worship. A creature born from the carcass of a worm. The carcass can still be found in the Kingdom's Edge, and it's our only good look at what worms actually looked like. At the time Hollow Knight occurs, it is suggested there are no worms left in the world. They were incredibly long creatures that featured little to no limbs. Another more mysterious property of worms was that they had some kind of prescience
I'ma worm
or
you.
foresight.
Chill.
Basically, they could see the future to some capacity. It isn't clear how effective this ability was. Considering how the entire race went extinct, this foresight ability must have been pretty shit. Getting back to this particular worm carcass, it is explained that this worm traveled across
there might
the
be
distant
minor
mountains
amounts
and
of
wastelands
profanity.
beyond Hallownest. Once it arrived in Hallownest, the worm died. Except not really. Inside the maw of the carcass sits a pale broken egg, out of which hatched a new form of worm, a being of meager shell. This form of the worm is usually referred to as the Pale King, and he's the character basically responsible for everything that happens in Hollow Knight. The Pale King is a higher being,
So I killed that guy
a
for
type
real.
of creature that exists above all
Or he was
others.
already dead, but I knocked
His
him out of
body
his
was
seat.
said to shine with a radiant visage that harmed those who looked upon him. The ultimate goal of the Pale King seemed to be in line with that of other worms. A line from the cryptic Mr. Mushroom reads, "Worms pull bugs into their thrall, till ages pass and kingdoms fall." In other words, it's just in their nature. Dogs wag their tails, cats bury their shit, and worms bring massive amounts of bugs into their service in order to form long-standing kingdoms and civilizations. And here in a far corner of the world, the Pale King emerged from the corpse of his former self and began to build his eternal kingdom,
Apparently
Hallownest.
we love
There's
profanity.
just one slight problem. There's like people already living there. The area that would eventually become Hallownest was already filled with mantises,
Damn, that's a
bees,
sick map.
moths, spiders, mushrooms, and bush cosplayers. Each of these groups were already operating with their own cultures and societies, and each group had a different interaction with the Pale King. One of the more receptive groups to the arrival of the Pale King were the mushrooms of the fungal wastes. These creatures were able to communicate with one another through one shared mind. The mushrooms viewed this shared mind as a strength, and they were kind of smug dickheads about it. Ultimately, the mushrooms wearily accepted the Pale King's rule, viewing his foresight as a shield to the dangers of the future. Another group living in the fungal wastes is the Mantis tribe. The Mantises have a rich cultural history reaching back to long before the birth of Hallownest.
Damn, this is
The Mantises
interesting.
are a proud tribe, believing in the importance of
Also
proving one's
best boss in
physical
the game.
strength. The Mantises are fiercely territorial, but will show respect to those who display great power. These Fight Club enthusiasts were led by 4 powerful Mantis Lords, who I guess just kind of sat around waiting for outsiders to challenge them. The Mantis tribe had
Like
no
me,
interest in the Pale King's
the
kingdom,
goat.
but the two communities did come to a truce. In exchange for their independence from Hallownest, the Mantis tribe kept the beasts of Deepnest from invading Hallownest. Not sure why they didn't just go out the other exits from Deepnest, but whatever. I'm not an expert on Border Patrol. I don't work at ICE anymore. Let's move on to Deepnest. Now, many of the different tribes of
Garfield? I don't
Hallownest
know,
were
man.
kind enough to leave
I
their
didn't get that
behind,
reference. I'm not gonna
detailing
cap.
pretty much everything we need to know about them. Unfortunately, the bugs of Deepnest didn't do that. We know that the spiders of Deepnest had a monarchy because why not? Those are always good, right? Also, within Deepnest are a separate group of spiders that immigrated to Deepnest at some point in the past. This group was known as the Weavers, and they established their own culture and history within Deep Nest.
Huh.
They used looms of silk to weave stories, spells, and shields. One thing we know for sure about Deep Nest is that they really didn't want anything to do with Hallownest. The struggles of Deep Nest-Hallownest relations would become painfully clear as time goes on, but for right now, it seems like the two remained fairly isolated from one another.
I see, that makes sense type
includes
stuff.
Green Path. Now, as far as we can tell, the mushrooms, mantises, and spiders of Deep Nest didn't worship any higher beings. There is this giant mushroom corpse in the fungal core, but I don't think this is a higher being. I mean, who the hell would want to worship a fat-ass mushroom?
Word?
Fat-ass slugs? Now that's dope. The land we know as Green Path was created by
He
the higher being
might be
known as
spitting right
Un.
now, I'm not gonna cap.
Un used her great mind to dream the vegetation of Green Path into the once barren caverns. Un's followers, the Mosskin, were also born out of Un's dream, making her their creator. Green Path at its height was actually much larger than we see in-game. At one point, Green Path stretched into both modern-day Queen's Garden and possibly Fog Canyon. Green Path's citizens showed themselves to be a fairly developed society. They built a temple at the Lake of Un in order to worship her, and they even had their own line of defense, with Moss Knights showing proficiency in combat, using nails and shells as weapons. The Law of Un continued to
That's
remain
sick.
in effect
Green Path is
even
a
after the
W
Pale King
spot,
arrived.
for real.
But it seems like they allowed the king to establish a road through their lands, leading travelers to the heart of Hallownest. Hence the name Green Path. Yeah, Team Cherry really racked their brains when naming this area, didn't they? Next, we have the bees. And while there is no lore on how these bees can turn into fucking drills, or how they can ignore all known laws of aviation, we do know
That's
how
what
they
I'm
reacted
saying,
to
they're
the
so
Pale
annoying.
King. These bugs decided to seal their hive off from the rest of the world, with only patrol bees being
I was
able to
worried about
enter
them
and
ending a
exit the
steel
hive.
sword run.
So yeah, the bees are pretty much pointless in this story. And finally we have the moth tribe. In-game, the only moth settlement is in the resting grounds, but the tribe might have also inhabited the Crystal Peak at one point. Now, as we all know, moths in real life are just complete
By name
assholes.
though, that's what I'm saying.
As for the moths in Hollow Knight, well, it's a bit complicated. The moth race is described as being a rather pacifist group, with few ever choosing to take up a weapon. During the Pale King's reign, the moth race delved amongst dreams and the dead, displaying the importance of remembering those who have passed, as well as learning how to shape dreams themselves. Similar to the Mosskin, the moth
That makes
tribe
sense,
was born from
like
a
the
higher
dream
being
stuff and Dream
known
Now.
as the Radiance. The Radiance is described as being a light in which the moth tribe
Haha, I killed that
basked.
one.
So she was basically a giant lamp to them. Another important aspect about the Radiance is her ties to dreams and a substance known as essence. Essence are the remains of wishes and dreams, and are represented in-game by these dreamcatcher particle effects. Essence can take the form of whispering roots, as well as dream ghosts, both of which are memories taking root in the world. The Radiance appears to be a creature made of essence, but she isn't the only higher being to give off essence. Un has green particles, the Pale King has gray particles, and this sexy character named Grim gives off fiery
That's
red
my
particles.
bae!
However, the Radiance appears to be the main god when it comes to dreams.
We love Grim.
Even if other gods also dabble in the dream realm. Getting back to the Moth tribe, it is their interaction with the Pale King that we need to discuss. Basically, the Moths turned their backs on the Radiance completely, in order to worship the new light that had appeared, the Pale King's light. So yeah, Moths are assholes in this game too. With her tribe forsaking her, the Radiance became a forgotten memory, a remnant of the past,
Grim is sexy
and a thing
confirmed.
that's definitely not
We
going
already
to
knew
come
that
up
was
again
confirmed.
later in this video. And so the Pale King's new kingdom was established, Hallownest. But there is one aspect of Hallownest that we need to discuss. Unfortunately, to better understand this, we're going to have to read some poetry. In Wilds Beyond they speak your name with reverence and regret. For
No
none
one
can
likes
tame
poetry.
our savage souls, yet you the challenge met.
Poetry units in
Under
English are
Palest
the
watch
worst,
you
bro.
taught, we changed. Base instincts were redeemed. A world you gave to bug and beast as they had never dreamed. This is from a poem titled Elegy for Hallownest, written by Motomon the Teacher. The poem appears at the beginning of every playthrough, and hints at what the Pale King and his kingdom offer.
Yeah, I've seen it like
Much
20
of the land
times.
outside of Hallownest appears to be a
Cause I
wasteland,
keep dying,
where
bro.
bugs survive off of instinct, without the burden of mind. Hallownest somehow taught these bugs and tamed their savagery. Basically, the Pale King changed the instincts of his subjects and granted them higher thought. To get a better picture of this, let's look at two different characters, Boone and Tuck. These adorable panda bug things give us a clear display of Hallownest's effect. While both appear to be the same species of bug, Boone is dumb as a sack of rocks, struggling to string together words, while Tuck speaks fairly clearly. The main difference between these two characters is that while Boone lives outside of Hallownest, Tuck lives beneath the city's capital. Basically, it appears as though Hallownest is a literal holy ground that raises the intelligence of those who dwell within. The Pale King established a path,
so I'm getting smarter,
from
huh?
the kingdom's entrance in King's Pass,
I mean, I really do be spending a lot of
winding
time
through
there.
Green Path in the fungal wastes, and finally ending at the massive capital of
Why did I do so
Hallownest's
bad on my
heart.
math list?
We now know the capital city as the City of Tears, but that was likely not its original name. The rain that falls down onto the city from the blue lake above didn't begin until after the kingdom collapsed. So unless the capital was originally named by some edgy literature student, the name City of Tears wouldn't have made much sense. The king's motivation for all this appears to have been his desire to be worshipped. The citizens of Hallownest believe that the Pale King created the world and everything in it. Shrines to the king can be found scattered throughout the kingdom, and king's idols were created and distributed to followers of the king. Despite the worship, the Pale King often kept himself hidden from his subjects, possibly
So, like,
to
how'd
hide
the
his
Pale King
blemishes.
die, or like whatever?
I mean, if you look at the size of the real Pale King to his statue in the ancient basin, the man is clearly overcompensating. The Pale King's White Palace was also built underneath the city, separating him from his subjects even more so. At the same time, certain powers became shunned in Hallownest, though we don't know for sure if the Pale King had anything to do with this. Lifeblood is a blue liquidy substance that leaves those who drink it feeling refreshed. However, the use of lifeblood was seen as a taboo, and those who used it were demonized as heretics. The use of soul for combat was also shunned. Soul is a sort of life force in Hollow Knight that animates the bodies of living creatures. But some characters are able to control the soul of others to conjure powerful spirits. But aside from a few exceptions, no citizens of Hallownest ever use this power. However, the Pale King didn't rule alone. There was another higher being in the mix, a being known as the White Lady. The White Lady is a weird brute-like being that can be found in the modern-day
This stuff
Queen's
is in
Gardens.
depth, bro.
She is encased in a strange cocoon.
I mean, I guess I kind of
and we
expected
know
that
very
since it's an
little about
hour
her.
long, but like,
With as much exposition we get for the Pale King, there is next to nothing on the White Lady. But one thing we do know is that she likes to breed. Like, a lot. The White Lady would often retreat to the Queen's Gardens, an area of land once controlled by the Mosskin. How exactly she walked around and actually went places is a lore question too deep for even my expertise. The White Lady is also known as a pale being, along with the Pale King.
What?
What exactly are pale beings? Well, we don't know for sure, but they seem to stand out even amongst higher beings, as being even more powerful.
Oh, is that the group chat you
I know
created?
that's a little confusing, so let's try using an example. I'd say that regular higher beings are like a TP-Link Archer C7 AC1750 wireless dual-band gigabit router, while pale beings are like the Asus RT-AX88U AX6000 dual-band 8X gigabit Wi-Fi router.
Yeah, I'm
Under the Pale
understanding
King,
now that he
Hallownest
put it that
underwent
way.
a bit of an industrial revolution. He ordered the construction of the stagways, which were used to transport passengers and goods. The Forgotten Crossroads and the storerooms above the City of Tears were used to store goods that traveled along these stagways. The king also ordered the construction of the tramways, because literally no one is safe from the threat of automation. A tram was built between the Forgotten Crossroads and the resting grounds. A second tram was built from the kingdom's edge
probably shouldn't have
across
forced
the
it.
ancient basin.
It's good.
over
I
to
was
Deep
busy
Nest.
at the time, so.
And then a third tram was started in Deep Nest and attempted to go further into Deep Nest. Not sure how
kinda
useful
forgot
that would
about
have
it,
been to the
low-key.
bugs of Hallownest, but whatever. The Pale King's a smart guy. I'm not gonna question him. But anyway, the Pale King's super smart plan to build a tram in Deep Nest ended up getting a few of his tram workers killed. The bugs of Deep Nest rejected the Pale King's attempt to build a tram in their territory, further cementing the poor relations shared between the two groups. Aside from convenient fast travel, regular pathways were also used to cart goods around the kingdom.
That's why it's the
From
failed
this was born
tramway.
probably one of the most important groups in Hallownest, and perhaps even all of fiction. An elusive guild of bugs, simply known as the Menderbugs, took to maintaining the various signs scattered throughout Hallownest. From the journal entry of one Menderbug, we can catch a glimpse into their ancient and unknowable minds.
Dear, dear diary, Isn't life just the most beautiful thing? Fixing signs, mending posts, let them break, I say. I'm a better mender for all that repairing. I sometimes doubt there's a single bug in all of Hollow Knight
I destroy
happier
every single
than me.
sign I pass by.
Another example of the Pale King's
I'm not gonna
expanding
lie, I've been giving them like
infrastructure is the Crystal
all
Peak.
of their work.
This area is filled with crystals that grow rapidly along walls, ceilings, and even the shells of certain bugs. These crystals were considered valuable to the bugs of Hallownest, resulting in large-scale mining efforts. We don't actually see the crystals used anywhere else in Hallownest, but they are said to contain a sort of energy. The crystals are also said to sing, if you listen very carefully.
Ain't no way I just got rickrolled, bro. That's crazy. That is crazy.
In terms of military, Hallownest's first
Wait, you
line
keeping
of
them on the
defense
job?
appeared
I
to be a
suppose
group
so.
simply known as the Five Great Knights. The members of this esteemed coalition were Ogrim, Hagamol, Zamir, Drya, and Isma. For being so important, most of the information about these knights has been lost to time. Ogrim is the knight we know the most about, since he is one of the few knights still alive during the events of the game.
Yeah, I love Dung
Ogrim expressed
Defender.
a great amount
Honestly, a
of
fun
loyalty towards
fight.
the king.
I like it
and
way
he
more now.
Maybe had something going on with Isma, but we really don't know. Hagamol was known for his sense of humor and his soft-spoken voice, but at the same time, he was also dummy thick. Mysterious Zamir arrived in Hallownest from a serene land, bringing with her a collection of delicate flowers. At some point, she also got into a relationship with a mantis, but not just any mantis, a daughter of one of the mantis lords. So yeah, it seems like these great knights were slaying in more ways than one. All we really know about Drya is that she was fierce, caring, and wise. As for Isma, she was described as being kind. She also appears to be some sort of weird plant life form, but there's no information on where she's from or what her powers were. The Five Great Knights play an important role in the Champion's Call, the Knotted Grove, and the Battle of the Black Worm. We have no idea what these events were or how they affected Hallownest, but they sound cool nonetheless. During Hallownest's reign,
Bro, how
there
did they
was
even
another
find
strange
all of
area that
this?
seemed to exist separate from the Pale King's rule. Carved out of the corpse of an ancient bug, an area called the Colosseum of Fools was constructed, and it was a destination for warriors from outside Hallownest. The sole purpose for fighting in the Colosseum appeared to be simply for glory, with a mysterious figure known as the Lord Fool overseeing the combat. We don't know when the Colosseum was constructed.
The
or if
statues?
Pale King
Just
was
like the
involved,
lore in
but
general,
one of his
bro.
servants, the Pale Lurker,
Dude, I
became a
didn't do that
champion
guy
of
in
the
Steel Soul.
Colosseum,
I hated that guy
perhaps
though.
indicating the Pale King's approval. And finally, there was the Royal Waterways, where the fecal excrement of the kingdom was washed out into the fungal wastes. This area saw the rise of a species of parasite-like creatures called the Flukes. The Flukes spawned from the Fluke Marm, a giant monster with cavities in which
The
tiny
lore entries are so many
There really
interactable
isn't
story
too much lore
parts.
involved with the Flukes, but I do need to
Oh, so
point
the
out
stuff
that
I
the Fluke Marm
ignored
is
in all my Steel Soul
canonically a
attempts.
MILF. Like, that's not even debatable. The sky is blue, 2 + 2 = 4, and we all want to fuck this thing.
Okay,
And so this was the
yo,
kingdom
chill.
of Hallownest at its height.
Only sometimes.
Hallownest was a vast kingdom connected by a network of stagways and tram stations. The bugs of Hallownest mourned their dead
Those
on the
Flukes are
resting
ops,
grounds,
bro.
engaged in commerce using Geo, the de
They ain't
facto
that bad.
currency of the region, and a thriving capital located in the middle of the kingdom.
Should do Path
The
of
Pale
Pain,
King
Steel
had
Soul.
succeeded in
Path of Pain
crafting
isn't
a
that hard,
full-blown
honestly.
society, but we all know there are pitfalls to living.
But I
in
mean,
a
it's
society.
hard, but like,
As a
it would take me
suspiciously knowledgeable
like a
hunter
stream to be
points
able to
out
beat
in
it.
his journal, the Pale King had created a population of weak and pathetic creatures. The bugs of Hallownest did not hunt for their own food and had become complacent with their comfort. This is even more obvious with the east wing of the capital. These greedy members of Hallownest's high society became complete cowards, obsessed with riches and plum from excess wealth. The bugs
Oh, I
living
never
in
did that
Hallownest's
bug.
prime looked quite different than the instinctive simpletons they once were. Their savagery had been replaced with intelligence.
first it kinda is.
and
I've done
through that
reverse Path of
intellect,
Pain
they
for
gave
fun
the
like 3
Pale King
times.
the devotion and
Dubs.
service he desired. And while there were a few snags
I need
along
to be
the way,
hella
they
drunk.
were shining times for the king and his subjects. Resting at the threshold of Hallownest is a strange lore tablet, proclaiming Hallownest to be the last and only civilization. It calls Hallownest an eternal kingdom, This appears to have been the Pale King's goal, for Hallownest to stand against a wasted world as a final beacon for civilization. And that was the Pale King's ultimate folly, to think that he could succeed where so many others had failed before. Long before the Pale Kings or the Barry Bensons of the world, the land of Hallownest was controlled by an ancient caste. Hints of Hallownest's history are littered throughout the land, with the most notable examples being the soul totems and arcane eggs. One sect of these ancient bugs didn't worship a god like the Pale King or any lord, but instead a dark and mysterious substance known as the Void. This ancient caste once also tried to lay claim to the entire land of Hallownest, but they too failed. In his quest to conquer all of Hallownest, the Pale King had made an enemy, an enemy long forgotten, an enemy that was about to be remembered. I mentioned earlier that the Moth tribe entirely forgot about the Radiance in order to worship the Pale King, but that isn't quite true. Memories of her still linger, and hushed whispers of faith kept the Radiance alive.
I haven't done all
At
the
summit
pantheons.
of the Crystal Peak, a location known as Hallownest Crown, a strange collection of glyphs can be found. Joining these glyphs is a statue of the Radiance, presiding over the kingdom below. This old summit is the sole standing shrine left to the Radiance. This was built in order to keep the memory of the Radiance alive. The Radiance's light began to appear in the dreams of Hallownest citizens. This light manifested itself in an infection that ravaged through the kingdom's tunnels.
The infection is connected
Those
to
infected would
Radiance?
fall into a deep sleep and awaken with broken minds.
Struggling with Pantheon
Some
5
of the
so
lesser
much.
bugs tried to resist the Radiance's
I'm
light,
struggling with
which
Pantheon
only
3.
resulted
I
in them
mean,
being
I could beat it
consumed by
with
it
not
even
too much more
so.
effort, but
Many infected
got kind of
bugs
repetitive.
lost their wills
Radiance is
and
kind of
began
thick though?
attacking
What?
bugs that weren't infected. The infection also twisted the bodies of its hosts, causing them to bloat and occasionally develop orange cysts on their bodies. For many victims, they were reverted back to their basic instincts, carrying out the duties they once fulfilled in life, but now as mindless slaves. Those caught up in the infection were linked into the Radiance's hive mind, allowing her to control their bodies if needed. As the infection spread across Hallownest, many groups looked to solutions to fight off the Radiance's light. The gates to the City of Tears were closed.
I think it might end,
in
but
an
sometimes the
attempt
video
to
just
keep the
stops for a
infection
second and
from
then
reaching
speeds
the
up a little
city.
and then catches up.
The stagways were also shut down at
That
some point,
might be year
and many of the
end.
stags eventually died out, but some took more proactive efforts against the infection. The scholars of the Soul Sanctum decided to harness the power of Soul in an attempt to fight the infection. This resulted in the deaths of hundreds of bugs, whose souls were sucked out and injected into the bodies of the scholars. Their goal was to achieve some kind of pure focus, which would somehow protect them from plagues of the mind. The scholar's leader, the Soul Master, was driven mad by the sheer power of Soul, and his entire sect failed to avoid infection. But hey,
That's crazy.
at least they took as many innocent people down
Could be
with
the
them
stream
as
as
they
well.
could.
I don't have any drop
The
frames or
Mantis
anything.
tribe,
I don't think.
showing a stronger will than the common bug, were able to stave off
Oops.
the infection. However, one of the 4 Mantis Lords turned against his sisters. He and his followers took in the infection willingly, as it gave them more strength and courage. At some point during all this, the Traitor Lord and his followers were exiled from the Mantis village,
Drop
eventually
frames in
taking up
network,
residence
also
in the
none.
Queen's Gardens. The Traitor Lord's daughter ended
yeah.
up dying at some point. This is the same Mantis that was in a relationship with Zamir, one of the 5 Great Knights. But the Mantises
Listen to The King
rejected
by
their
Tycoon.
union
It's a song about
because
the
of
Hollow Knight lore.
Zamir's
I can listen to it
outsideness.
after.
As a gamer, this type of prejudice is all too familiar, and honestly, it makes me sick. With the 5 Great Knights completely useless to fight against the infection, the Pale King devised his own scheme. A scheme involving a strange substance known as Void. As I mentioned earlier, the Pale King's White Palace was built in an area called the Ancient Basin, but his castle wasn't the only noteworthy thing down there. At the bottom of the Ancient Basin was the entrance to a pit known as the Abyss. Within the Abyss was a lake.
Well, hopefully it
composed of
stops
void.
then. Yeah.
The Pale King realized
You
that
can
this
try
void could be
watching on
given
YouTube,
form,
and if
as
Steve Bab
evidenced
fixes
by
it, if you
imprint of
want.
such, deep within the
Because I'm
Abyss,
streaming to
possibly
YouTube
left
as
there
well.
by the ancient civilization that predated Hallownest. The Pale King devised a workshop in his palace, where he placed Void in armor shells imbued with soul, creating servants known as King's Molds and Wing Molds. These Void creatures were somehow imprinted with the desire of the Pale King, so that they would serve him. It isn't clear when the Pale King started making these creatures. There is evidence to imply that even common bugs were aware of King's molds, but the point is, the Pale King turned to the Void in order to create another creature, one that he believed could contain the Radiance and her infection. He tried to create a pure vessel. The Radiance's
That's what
infection
the pure
needs
vessel's
its host to
from.
have a will and a mind in order to enslave it. A pure vessel would be a creature made of Void designed to lack those features. The Pale King believed that by harnessing the Void inside a pure vessel, he would be able to stop the infection
Wait, am
and
I
keep
made of Void?
Hallownest lasting eternal.
Stream
But
looks
his
fine to
method
me.
for creating this so-called pure vessel was incredibly cruel. This is where the White Lady and her King Kong-sized libido come into play. These two higher beings engaged in a union of some kind, resulting in the creation of several eggs that were dropped down into the abyss. There, the Void seeped into these eggs, corrupting the offspring of the Pale King and the White Lady. This act resulted in the creation of the vessels. The vessels are not
I'm a
technically
vessel.
considered to be alive. They are shells created from the Pale King and White Lady that have been
What?
filled with
Nuh-uh.
a void. Within each vessel is a shade, a completely void being hidden behind the face of the vessel. Vessels are also non-gendered, I guess because they're dead or something. I'm not sure if that's how that works, but whatever. I'm
Wait,
not
is
an
Hornet
expert
a
on these
vessel
kinds of
too?
things. I don't work at ICE anymore. Thousands of vessels were created during this process, but only one was chosen as the pure vessel. This particular vessel, chosen by the Pale King, was deemed the Hollow Knight, and was taken away to the White Palace. But I want to take a bit of a closer look at this part of the story. There are a number of questions and theories surrounding this moment that I really want to dig into. The big question surrounding this moment is, why was the Hollow Knight chosen over any other vessel? One common theory
Nah,
is
just
that the Pale
wait.
King took
Alright.
these vessels back to the White Palace and evaluated them using his giant collection of buzzsaws. This theory is probably the least likely explanation. It kinda exists just to explain the buzzsaws, which is quite the mystery, I'll admit, but doesn't really mesh with the vessels very well. How does being good at Super Meat Boy prove that you are a worthy vessel? And while thinking about logistics in a game about magic bugs is never a good idea, how exactly did the Pale King transfer these thousands of vessels to his palace without characters like the Dung Defender finding out? So this means that the Pale King probably made his decision without taking any of the vessels out of the abyss. So how did the Pale King make his evaluation? I think the best explanation comes from a theory I originally heard from a user named Golden Flower Fan. Basically, the vessels were hatched down at the bottom of the abyss, and the
How did
first
I
one
show
to
up
make it to
then?
the top was chosen by the Pale King. In a memory of this event, we see vessels falling from above back down into the pit of the abyss. Perhaps these vessels weren't being cast
Oh.
down into the abyss, but fell while trying to escape out of it. The lore tablet outside the abyss appears to support this theory. It reads, "Our pure vessel has ascended. Beyond lies only the refuse and regret of its creation. We shall enter that place no longer." This tablet was likely written right after the Hollow Knight was chosen, considering that is when the entrance to the abyss was sealed off. The tablet proclaims that the pure vessel has ascended, or in other words, climbed out of the abyss. And while cut content should never be considered canon, I would just like to point out that an earlier version of this tablet, found in the game's code, was even more explicit about this. It read, "From below, our pure vessel has ascended." But how does making it to the top of the abyss first prove that the Hollow Knight is somehow a perfectly hollow vessel? Well, I think this whole concept might just be a misconception. What if the Hollow Knight wasn't any different from the other vessels? All the vessels were made in the exact same way after all. The idea that the Hollow Knight was somehow more hollow than the other vessels comes from the fact that there were so many vessels created in the first place. If they only needed one, then why create so goddamn many? I mean, this is like
That's
Octomom
facts.
on steroids. Well, these are bugs we're talking about, so it would make sense that multiple offspring would come from one egg. And it might have been a precaution to produce multiple vessels in hopes that at least one would be able to successfully escape the abyss. Now another explanation could be that the Pale King just yeeted other vessels that made it to the top first, after determining that they weren't hollow, which would better explain why so many were created. Ultimately, the exact details aren't super important, but I do find it interesting how many different interpretations can be pulled from this part of the lore. After the Hollow Knight was chosen, the Pale King sealed the doorway to the Abyss, leaving the discarded vessels to rot away in darkness. These actions were not taken lightly by the Pale King or the White Lady. Both participants expressed shame in what they did, but saw no other option to save the kingdom. But the vessels weren't the only poor saps sealed away in the Abyss. There's also a lighthouse that was built on top of a naturally formed spire, its light shining down on an ocean of abyss below. Inside was one of the Pale King's royal retainers, who was left in charge of keeping the lighthouse turned on. So this brave soul was willingly sealed in a dark and dangerous tomb for the rest of his life, just so he could
That's
not
crazy.
pull a lever.
I always
Well,
thought
at
that it
least
was
he was living
more
with
so
purpose.
of a race to climb up,
With the
but the
Abyss
Hollow
sealed
Knight
and
was
the
so
Hollow Knight
empty, he was
chosen, the
pushing
Pale King's plan was
their
beginning
vessels
to come
off, so he's
together.
the first one to reach
The
it.
Hollow Knight was raised and trained to prime
It could
form,
be.
causing it to grow several times its original size. We don't know exactly why this happened, but I guess the Hollow Knight is just a grower and not a shower. We know that the Hollow Knight was trained to use a nail, but why was this even necessary? One possible explanation is that the Hollow Knight needed to protect itself in case an intruder tried to kill it. You know, like the player. Or perhaps this was important in the process of containing the Radiance. Unfortunately, the details of that are never fully explained. The Hollow Knight might have somehow focused the Radiance inside itself, but Team Cherry gives us no explanation of how that might have worked. But that still wasn't enough for the Pale King. Additional seals were needed in order to protect the Hollow Knight's physical body while the Radiance was trapped inside of it. To achieve this, the Pale King sought the help of 3 particular bugs, who would later be known as the Dreamers: Lurien the Watcher, Motomon the Teacher, and Hera the Beast. Lurien is definitely the most mysterious of the 3 Dreamers. He lived in the Watcher's Spire in the City of Tears. From there, Lurien watched over the city with his telescope. Lurien was a pretty big fan of the king, so it probably took little convincing for him to lie down
the
for
Watcher
him.
Knights to get to this guy are
Lurien
tough,
might
bro.
also be tied to another strange incident that occurred in the City of Tears. Hidden on some of Lurien's lore tablets are images of jars, the same jars that can be found stockpiled in the Tower of Love. This building sits on the outskirts of the city, and is the setting of one of the most bizarre bosses in the game, the Collector.
Yeah, the Collector's definitely
Collector
a
is void
PDF file, I'm
construct
not gonna lie.
that appears to have been made from the same mold used to
He's
create
weird.
the King's molds.
That
But
laugh,
the
I
Collector
don't
is
know.
unique because, well,
Good grief, he's naked!
The Collector stayed in the Tower of Love with a noble bug who likely owned the establishment. In the tower, a number of bugs can be found captured in jars, implying that these two were tasked with collecting these creatures. However, the Collector somehow became obsessed with grubs, creating a map to keep track of grubs it captured in jars, as well as keeping a strange shrine displaying a grub in the style of the Vitruvian Man. Eventually, the bug
Yeah,
staying
he's
with the
weird.
Collector
I don't know what
decided
he's
to
doing
lock
to those
it
grubs,
inside the
but
Tower of Love,
it
and
ain't
fled to
PG.
the Queen's Gardens, where it died, likely due to overexposure to the void. Despite being locked up in the tower, the Collector is still spotted by the Hunter at some point, which either means this only happened recently, or the Hunter has been farting around in Hallownest for a long ass time. We have no idea what these creatures were trying to do. It's implied that the Collector was trying to preserve the creatures of Hallownest, perhaps trying to protect them from the spread of the infection, but we don't know where the Collector's obsession with grubs originated. And while Lurien does seem connected
he
to
might
all
just
of
be
this,
weird.
we don't know how involved he was with this operation, or what its end goal exactly was. Motomon the Teacher lived in the Teacher's Archives, a library built atop a lake of acid in the Fog Canyon. The lower half of her body consists of tentacles, making her a popular subject for the thriving Hollow Knight R34 community. The Archives and the Fog Canyon as a whole are also filled with these strange Metroid knockoffs. These creatures are likely related to Motomon in some way. They could be her live offspring, her test tube babies, or possibly even her shit. Motomon
What the
uses
flip, dude?
futuristic cathode ray tube things to store
I hate this
information
freaking
about
boss, bro.
Hallownest. Several terminals in the Teacher's Archive go into detail about the Pale King's plan to defeat the Radiance,
Jellyfish boss
indicating that
and
Motomon
all
had
the
an
jellyfish
intimate
in this game are
knowledge of
horrible.
what she was taking part in. Finally, the Pale King sought the help of Hera the Beast, the Queen of Deep Nest. Now, as I mentioned earlier, relations between Hallownest and Deep Nest were kinda not great. Unlike the other two dreamers, Hera needed to be convinced in order to help the Pale King. Hera would eventually agree to become a dreamer, in exchange for a child. The Pale King agreed, and the two engaged in a dalliance, which is a fancy way of saying they totally boned. The White Lady was okay with this arrangement. In fact, she might have been watching from the closet. The motive behind Hera's request is never elaborated on, but it appears as though the King of Deep Nest was dead at this point. Hera was a common bug, so perhaps she desired the Pale King's pale seed so that her child could be of high birth. The bargain between Hera and the Pale King resulted in the birth of Hornet. She became known as the gendered child because unlike the Pale King's other children, Hornet was not hollowed out by the Abyss. Hera and Hornet spent little time together, as Hera had to make good on her end of the bargain. And so the three dreamers were put to rest. Through their actions, a seal was placed over the black egg, prohibiting entrance into the chamber.
That's crazy.
These dreamers also had their own protection. At the base of Lurian's spire, the Watcher Knights guarded access to their master's body. Motomon's body was protected by a giant jellyfish named Umu.
I hate Umu. Oh my
Motomon
god.
entrusted her servant Quirrell with a mask which would be required to break an additional seal she had placed over herself. So
We
she
love
basically
Quirrell.
is double wrapping herself. As for Hera, we're not really sure what protected her, since it is never actually seen in-game. We don't know where this creature is hiding, but whoever it is, they really suck at their job. Now there appears to be one more element to the Pale King's
dead as
plan,
hell.
involving the Weavers. Hidden away in the Weaver's Den is an incomplete seal of binding, woven from silk. This design prominently features the Hollow Knight's head, and can be found in the White Palace, as well as blocking the
Quirrell
exit during the
origin
Hollow
story?
Knight
That's what
fight.
I'm saying. We finally got
Silk
Quirrell lore.
spools created by the Weavers can be found in the Stag Station in Deep Nest, as well as the Stag Station next to the White Palace. These spools can also be found in the Pale King's workshop. We know that the Weavers were closely tied to Hera and Hornet, so their actions might have been a part of the deal between the Pale King and Hera. Once the Hollow Knight was ready, the
Maybe
Radiance
Hera's
was somehow
protector was
channeled
Nosk?
into the vessel, which was then placed inside of a
Maybe.
giant black
I'm not
egg
sure.
located in the Forgotten Crossroads. This egg was built to sustain the Hollow Knight, and itself appears to be fashioned from void. The Hollow Knight was chained up, and the entrance to the black egg was locked behind a powerful seal created by the three dreamers. Initially, this convoluted plan actually worked, and the infection was successfully contained. Memorials to the Hollow Knight and the Dreamers were erected in the City of Tears and the Resting Grounds. But this is the part of the story where things get a little bit hazy. By the time these statues were constructed, citizens had taken to writing on parchment woven from spider silk, which was all destroyed when water started pouring down onto the city. We don't know how long the Hollow Knight was able to completely contain the infection. Bugs from Dirtmouth used to go to the Temple of the Black Egg to pray, saying they felt at peace within the walls. But after a while, they stopped going, perhaps indicating that the infection was beginning to leak out again. The infectious air continued to seep through Hallownest for years, eventually even reaching the deepest parts of the kingdom. As it turns out, the Pale King's pure vessel wasn't quite so pure after all. The Hollow Knight had been tarnished by an idea instilled. While the game never explicitly tells us what that idea was, it does hint strongly at what it might be. Hidden away in the White Palace is a memory showing the Hollow Knight and the Pale King sharing a moment. The Hollow Knight might have developed a parental bond to the Pale King, and who could blame it? The Pale King is a pretty great dad after all. You know, if you ignore the infanticide and everything. Remember those smug mushroom dickheads? Well, it turns out their trust in the Pale King was a complete mistake. That shared mind isn't looking too good now, is it? In the fungal core, the corpse of a giant mushroom lies dormant. Its final thoughts were, "Pale worm, what good to see a demise unavoidable?" This could imply that the Pale King always knew that his kingdom was doomed. All he could do was delay the inevitable. This is likely the moment when Hallownest, as it once was, entirely collapsed. The Hollow Knight had not completely stopped the infection, and while it may have taken a while, Hallownest was eventually brought low. It's at this point that characters and areas begin to resemble as we know them in-game. When it became clear that the Hollow Knight was not able to contain the Radiance, the Pale King resorted to his final plan. He fucked off, hiding himself, his white palace, and his pale court in the dream world. At this point, all of the furniture in the palace was covered under white sheets, similar to how people in the real world cover their furniture while away on long trips. The palace was also completely covered with thorns and buzzsaws, similar to how people in the real world cover their houses with thorns and buzzsaws.
Yeah,
the Pale King would eventually pass away while sitting on his throne in the White Palace. There's no confirmation on what killed him, but there are a few things to consider. The throne room is incredibly dark compared to the rest of the palace, and the particle effects and ambient track in this room are identical to that of the Abyss. All of the king's molds surrounding the Pale King are dead.
Do that.
The ancient basin itself also has become stained with the presence of void, as it can be seen as high as the rundown elevator shaft leading back to the city. Remember that bug that was sealed away in the Abyss to make sure the lighthouse wasn't turned off? Well, the lighthouse was turned off. I guess that whole living with purpose thing is a crock of shit after all. It seems as though the Sea of Void itself actually convinced this bug to betray his king and turn off the lighthouse. Now I know what you're thinking. Exactly how conscious is the Void? Is the Void able to think for itself? Can it form strategies? Does it host a podcast? Well, according to this Chozo statue ripoff, the Void is powerful, but not unified. So while it can thrash around at things that come near it, or call out in unison to turn off a light, it's not a single conscious being. Getting back to the Pale King, one could argue that the Void might have played a role in his ultimate demise, and I've argued that viewpoint in the past, but we have to remember that there isn't enough evidence to know for sure. As an expert lawyer and a good friend of mine, Johnny Cochran, once said, "Any evidence that the Void was involved in the Pale King's death is circumstantial. My name is Johnny Cochran." Just above the White Palace, the bugs in the City of Tears weren't faring much better.
Definitely said that.
Even if we ignore the fact that the infection was still around, there were other issues that helped lead to the city's downfall. Due to the gates being sealed, some bugs resorted to cannibalism in order to avoid starvation. And there's also that metric fuck ton of corpses lining the walls of the Soul Sanctum. When all was said and done, the only citizen left standing is Eternal Emelita, who just laughs her ass off about it like she's a fucking Dark Souls character. The White Lady ends up in a cocoon deep within the Queen's gardens. She decided to place bindings on herself in order to keep her from spreading her seed. She claims that this is because of the shame she feels in helping the Pale King create the vessels, but honestly, it's probably just her kink. The White Lady also diminished her power, possibly as a way to keep herself hidden from unwanted visitors. Outside her cocoon, Drya stood guard, protecting her queen from the violent traitor mantises. Drya is eventually killed off by these bugs, which is actually pretty pathetic if you think about it. I mean, we're talking like the Netgear WPN824N N150 wireless router pathetic. Speaking of great knights dying pathetically, let's move on to Hegemel. Hegemel held the city crest, a key used to open one of the gates to the City of Tears. At some point, Hegemel's armor shell was stolen by a maggot. Now, maggots were generally looked down upon and forced to do menial labor. They were incredibly weak, and basically deserved all of the discrimination they got. But this one maggot decided to turn the tide, so he stole Hegemel's shell so that he could defend his downtrodden brothers. His actions weren't motivated by the infection, but instead was the result of how hierarchical caste systems will always lead to revolution from the working class, and that true freedom can only be achieved blah blah blah, capitalism is bad, subscribe to my Patreon. Ogre moved to the Royal Waterways and started living in shit, changing his name to Dung Defender. Now I love wallowing in shit as much as the next guy, but you'd have to really love shit to put up with living with the flukes. The Dung Defender kept an unwavering sense of duty and loyalty to the king, and love for his fellow knights, so much so that he made shit statues of them. How nice. Ogrim acted as the defender of the pipeways, as well as Isma's Grove.
Interesting.
A section of the Royal Waterways became filled with acid, and in the middle of it all rests Isma's corpse, which has been overcome by plant life. Isma is likely the one responsible for this acid blight, but we have no idea what happened to her. Hornet's whereabouts during this time are fairly mysterious. We know that she departed Deep Nest and didn't return until the events of the game. At some point, she took to guarding Halnest from intruding warriors, as well as the cast-off shell in the Kingdom's Edge. Despite the Kingdom's woes at large, Fortunately, this fate did not befall one of the fandom's favorite characters. The Menderbugs continued to fix the broken signs and wayposts of Hallows.
We love Menderbugs,
From a diary
bro.
entry, we can see that one Menderbug in particular had found himself on the precipice of a long and loving relationship.
Hello again, diary. Not long now until the next Minder Bash. For us stealthy types, we're a riotous bunch when we get together, and Minderberry kept flashing me that smile. It might be time to muster my courage and act on it. I love my home and my life, but sharing it with
Yo,
another?
he's got
Why,
W Riz.
that'd be the berry on top.
Greenpath also underwent some changes during this time. The Mosskin were waiting for Un's call, which would bring them back into the dream they were originally born from. But for some reason, Un's strength deteriorated. We don't know why this happened exactly. Was it due to the White Lady claiming part of her kingdom? Was it somehow due to the infection? Some Mosskin believe that Un went into hiding, but it appears as though Un is, in fact, calling to her children. But many of the Mosskin are unable to hear her call. Instead, many Mosskin seem to have taken the Radiance's infection into their leaves, which might explain why Greenpath became overgrown with vegetation despite Un's deteriorating powers. Mossy vagabonds even openly chose to forsake Un and worship the Radiance. Another tribe to be screwed over by the Radiance is the Hive, which fell to the infection after the death of their leader, Hive Queen Vespa. But it appears as though this had little effect on their civilization. The Radiance's hive mind was already familiar to the bees, since the Hive probably operated under something similar already. So in other words, the Hive probably made out the best in this whole situation. Let's turn our attention back to the moths. After all,
Stream getting
it's their god that
demonetized,
keeps
bro?
killing everybody. Well, the moth tribe didn't fare too well, actually, as pretty
It's
much
not
the entire tribe
monetized,
died out.
and
The only known survivor is the Seer. Despite the loss of her tribe,
If
the
Mossbag
Seer
takes
continued
it
to tend to
down,
the
I'll just
graves
cut
and
it
resting
out of the
grounds,
live stream.
while also waiting the arrival of the Wielder,
It's-
a mysterious being that her
I should probably
tribe has
talk more,
dreamt of
but
for a while.
I don't
In the
even know what to
King's
say.
Edge,
This is all like
the land
surprising
became
me though.
covered in ash, molting off of the worm's decomposing corpse. The Colosseum of Fools continued to thrive. The Lord Fool passed away at some point, but nobody really seems to notice or even care. The fools inside the Colosseum were infected, but
We
still
love the
seem to have
Colosseum.
maintained control over themselves. It seems possible
I'm
that
gonna go
these
play
bugs
SE.
took in the
What's that?
infection willingly, similar to the Traitor Lord and his followers. This would have given them an edge in combat, similar to using steroids, but without the whole shrinking testicles thing. However, even the Traitor Lord and his followers went mad, so what makes these fools any more special? As for the Pale King's champion, the Pale Lurker, well, she just went the normal kind of insane. There appears to have been another unforeseen event with the Pale
Hate the
King's
Lurker.
plan. When the Hollow Knight was originally chosen,
I think the commentary is
door to the abyss
sufficient.
was sealed, trapping the discarded vessels within. But
I don't know,
apparently,
man.
some vessels didn't get the memo. Vessel corpses can be found littered throughout the kingdom. There's one in the Ancient Basin, one in Greenpath, and several trapped in Nosk's lair and Deep Nest. Another vessel that escaped from the abyss is the player character, the Knight. The exact details on how
that's
the
me.
vessels escaped the abyss
Yep.
is unclear. There are indications that they might have slipped into Deep Nest through some old passageway, given void influences in part of the area, and all the corpses found in Nosk's lair. At some point, all entrances to Hollow Nest were closed off, with the old well endured mouth being the only way to sneak back in. Despite this, several people have wormed their way into the kingdom, with few ever returning. Characters like Relic
Map
Seeker
guy.
Ren seem content to just pillage artifacts from the ruined kingdom.
Bro, we
while
love
other
Map
bugs
Guy.
seemed interested in something greater. In the Howling Cliffs rests the corpse of a member of the Grim Troop. The task of this bug appears to have been to seek out Hollow Nest, so that the troop
Daddy
might
Grim?
be summoned to the kingdom in the future. The Grim Troop are basically a group of bugs that serve a higher being known as the Nightmare Heart. The troop keeps the heart alive by feeding on the nightmares of fallen kingdoms. This process also involves sacrificing the troop master to his own child because, hey, look at this cool ass boss battle. Another
We
important
love
group that
that
traveled to
cool
Hollow Nest
boss
are the
battle.
God Seekers. After being abandoned by their old gods, the gods of thunder and the gods of rain, these bugs left their home in the land of storms, seeking out a new god to worship. The God Seekers looked to gods to save them from their own silent mind. While traveling through the wastelands, the God Seekers constructed devices called God Tuners, which helped them seek out new gods. Through this device, they were able to detect the lingering power of the Pale King and find their way to Hollow Nest. When they arrived, however, The Godseeker was forced into hibernation. She was encased in a strange sarcophagus-like cocoon, which
We
was itself
love
chained
that
up
boss
with a
battle.
lock.
It is such a fun
It's
boss
not clear
battle.
how this forced hibernation worked.
Best
seeing
boss
as
battle in the
cocoon
game.
appears to have been
Yes,
made
sir.
by the Godseeker herself. As for who put the cocoon in chains, I think the most likely candidate is the Dung Defender, considering how the Godseeker's cocoon is found in the junk pit in the waterways, an area the Dung Defender has tasked himself with protecting. This was the general picture of Hallownest after the Hollow Knight was sealed inside the Temple of the Black Egg. The kingdom was stuck in a kind of stasis, with the Pale King civilization destroyed and the Radiance unable to break free from her chains. The Pale King was rebelling against nature, trying to keep his work standing indefinitely. The stasis over Hallownest held for an age. How long is that exactly? Well, we have no idea. As I'm sure you've noticed, there really isn't a timeline for anything that happens in this game. We also have no idea how long any of these bugs can actually live. Elderbug wasn't around to see the Stagways open, but we know several other characters were, implying that Elderbug is probably one of the youngest characters in the whole game. But this stasis
That's
over
great.
Hallownest wasn't going to last
How
forever.
does Bro have
At
posture
some
like
point,
that
the
and be
Radiance
like
erupted
one of the
out
younger
the Hollow
ones?
Knight, cracking its shell and releasing a loud and powerful roar. The amount of infection leaking out of the Hollow Knight became even greater. The many corpses that lined the roads and cities of the kingdom sprang to life with the amplified power of the infection. This strengthened infection prompted the departure of the Weavers back to their old home. Now this old home might actually be Farloom, the kingdom in which Hollow Knight Silksong takes place. But the amount of knowledge we have about Silksong right now is pathetic, so I'm not saying that's confirmed or anything. This is also around the time that Quirrell arrives back in Hallownest.
Dang it, spiders
His
and
memory of
Silksong?
Monomon appears to have
Well, that
been
would make
clouded
sense.
due
It
to his
is
time
so
outside of
silk.
Hallownest. These events are depicted in the Quirrell prequel comic, which also shows an image of the Hollow Knight with a pre-cracked shell. This could mean that Quirrell's arrival happens roughly the same time the Hollow Knight's shell cracks. At around the same time Quirrell arrives in Hallownest, we also see the arrival of the player character,
Love
who is
Quill
commonly referred to as
lore.
the Knight. The Knight was one of the lucky vessels that was able to make its way out of the abyss. Somehow the Knight ended up venturing beyond Hallownest and into the wilds beyond. It's implied that the Knight was called to Hallownest by either the sealed Hollow Knight or the Radiance within. Regardless, once the Knight shows up and yeets itself off this cliff, the actual game of Hollow Knight finally begins. Now, there's a lot of details we could get into. Hallownest is full of NPCs and bosses, each with their own stories to tell. But to be honest, I don't think we need to go through all of them, since their stories are relatively straightforward. For example, let's look at the Brooding Moloch. So why is the Brooding Moloch brooding? Because all its friends are dead. And there you go.
Huh.
That's the lore for the Brooding Moloch. Also, it's the only character in the game with a visible asshole. Now, did you really need me to explain that to
Smash.
you? Probably not. So instead, I'm just going to talk about the interactions relating to Hollow Knight's main story. The Knight is eventually noticed by Hornet, who lures it deep into Greenpath. There, Hornet attempts to
Baddie.
kill the Knight, claiming that she knows what it would try to do. At this point, Hornet views the Knight as being too weak. After the fight, Hornet can be found in the City of Tears, next to the statue of the Hollow Knight. Hornet mentions that the Knight has gained a resilience, due to the time it spent in the void beyond Hallownest. This could be referring to the fact that some of those who leave Hallownest
Hey,
lose
what?
their
Me too?
memories, meaning the Knight would
Yo,
have no memories of
chill.
its own tragic conception. Hornet tells the Knight that if it seeks to continue the stasis that keeps Hallownest standing, it must seek the Graven Ash, which is referring to the Kingdom's Edge. At this moment, Hornet sees the Knight as a possible replacement for the Hollow Knight. Basically, the Knight could break the seals that keep the Hollow Knight locked away, defeat the Hollow Knight, and contain the infection itself. It's at this point that I should mention that Hollow Knight actually has 5 different endings.
So I'm
Because
just
of
another
course it
temporary
would.
fix?
I'm going to be explaining each of these endings in this video, as they each give us a different glimpse into the mechanics of Hollow Knight's world. Now, to get the easiest ending to Hollow Knight, Hornet's instructions to go to the Kingdom's Edge can be ignored completely. If the Knight stumbles upon the resting grounds, the 3 dreamers will appear and cast the Knight into the Dream Realm. There, Seer will come to the Knight's rescue and grant it the Dream Nail, a special blade that can tear the veil between the real world and the dream world. With the Dream Nail, the Knight can venture to the resting places of the 3 dreamers, curb stomp their asses, and unlock the entrance to the Black Egg.
Type.
Inside the egg, the Knight finds the Hollow Knight chained up, silently watching over it. Once the chains are broken, the Hollow Knight screams with that familiar Radiance roar and pursues the knight. As the fight progresses, the Hollow Knight starts trying to kill itself, Coral style. But then the Radiance starts using the Hollow Knight's body to perform her
That's why
own
this
attacks.
stream is sponsored by
Once
BetterHelp
defeated,
Online
the Hollow Knight
Therapy,
begins
because
to
killing yourself
spew
is bad,
infection
Chad.
all
Don't
over
do
the
it.
place. The knight can then focus the infection into itself. This results in the first ending of the game, called Hollow Knight. In this ending, the knight usurps the Hollow Knight, prolonging the stasis over Hallownest. New chains and bindings appear out of fuck if I know, and contain the knight, and a new seal is placed over the entrance to the Black Egg. Now there is one giant question looming over this ending. Can the knight actually contain the infection indefinitely, or will the Radiance still manage to break free one day? Before we answer this question, let's look at some of the other events that can transpire while playing the game. If the player chooses to go to Kingdom's Edge, Hornet will challenge the knight one last time.
Bro, I
as a
hate that
final
Hornet 2
test of
fight. I mean, it's
strength.
fun, but bro.
After her defeat,
Ended a really
Hornet
good Steel
allows the
Soul
knight to
attempt.
access the cast-off shell, where the Pale King
Kind
was
of embarrassing
originally
death.
hatched. By interacting with this egg, the knight's shell is marked with the King's brand, technically making the knight the new ruler of Hallownest. With the King's brand, the knight can now open the entrance to the Abyss and discover the place of its birth. When leaving the Abyss, the knight can encounter Hornet again, where for the first time, Hornet suggests that there are actually two outcomes the knight can enact. She tells the knight that it can either prolong Hallownest stasis, or face the heart of the kingdom's infection. Within the knight, Hornet sees a chance for change. Instead of just replacing the Hollow Knight, Hornet believes that it may be possible to get rid of the infection completely by using the void inside of the knight.
By killing
After
Radiance
visiting
type
the Abyss
stuff.
and obtaining the Shade Cloak, the knight is capable of reaching the White Lady, hidden away in the Queen's gardens. The White Lady tells the knight that she has been awaiting a vessel to accept a gift, that gift being one half of a charm called the King's Soul, which she claims will give the knight more power. The White Lady goes on to explain that she can feel the weakening of the Hollow Knight within her roots. She tells the knight that it is free of the blemishes that made the Hollow Knight a flawed vessel. From this dialogue, it is implied that the knight truly is a pure vessel, capable of containing the Radiance successfully. But it's not quite that simple, so we're going to have to dig a bit deeper into this. Basically, we're going to need to answer a simple question. What exactly does it mean to be a Hollow Knight? Despite the White Lady's words, we have a number of instances where the characters and item descriptions mention that the knight has a will, and maybe even a mind. But from the Pale King's dialogue when describing the Hollow Knight, it is stated that a pure vessel has no mind or will. So is the White Lady wrong? Or maybe even lying? Her eyes have been clouded by time, and she can be tricked into thinking that Ogrim is in the room when the knight is wearing the Defender's Crest charm. She also thinks that Dryia is still alive, which, So maybe the White Lady is just senile. My problem with that theory is that the White Lady states that the vessels stand out to her clearly in a misted world, due to them being her spawn. She also questions whether or not the knight sought her aid, which would imply that the knight must have some kind of will. So for whatever reason, the White Lady thinks the knight is still capable of containing the Radiance, even if it's still able to make decisions. After all, the Hollow Knight was considered pure, but they still taught it how to wield a fucking sword. I mean, if the knight were truly and completely hollow in a literal sense, it probably shouldn't even be able to walk, or draw a map,
That's a fair point.
or open a goddamn
My
bank
guess
account.
is that the Pale
In
King's full
short,
of crap.
this whole concept of being hollow
Dude, honestly,
is so
could be.
abstract and hard to define. I don't really feel comfortable giving a solid answer on whether or not the knight is or isn't truly hollow, and I think the game leaves room open for other interpretations. Of course, the White Lady's gift is useless without the other half of the King's Soul. In order to reach it, however, the knight must travel to the White Palace, locked inside the body of a King's Mold. In order to bypass the seal, the knight must use a fully awakened Dream Nail. It can do this by bringing 1800 essence to the seer, allowing her to sharpen the weapon's blade. If the knight does this, the seer remarks that the knight truly is the wielder that her tribe has been dreaming of. There's no explicit reason why the Moth tribe was dreaming about this supposed wielder so much, but it seems like they believe the wielder would wash away the crimes the Moth tribe committed by turning their backs
It's
on
crazy,
the
bro.
Radiance.
So
The seer seems
I
to know
killed
that
the
Knight might
infection
kill
because
the
I killed Radiance.
and she seems accepting
without
of
dying
it,
too. So
ready
like,
for her and her tribe to
that's like
disappear and be
gotta be like
forgotten forever.
true ending
With the awoken dream nail in
type
hand,
stuff.
the knight can travel to the Pale King's refuge and locate the other half of the King's Soul charm. When equipped, the King's Soul provides a never-ending supply of soul, making it almost useful if it weren't for the insanely high cost of the charm, and the painfully slow rate at which it increases, and the fact that
It
the
does
charm will
that?
get replaced in about 5 minutes after you get it. The King's Soul charm itself symbolizes the union
Bro,
between
I didn't even
two
know
higher
that.
beings. To me, this implies that the King's Soul is a representation of a vessel, which also was created by the union of two higher beings. With the King's Soul in their inventory, the knight now gains access to an area in the abyss called the Birthplace. In this massive pile of vessel shells, the knight can find a giant egg. Dream nailing the egg allows the knight to access its own memory when it was cast down into the abyss. From viewing that memory, the King's Soul charm is replaced with the Void Heart charm. The recollection of this event allows the knight to come to terms with the void inside itself. Once the knight has the Void Heart,
Oh,
the
so that was
shades
like
in
a
the abyss
memory.
no longer attack it, and that strange creature that gives the knight the Shade Cloak calls it the Lord of Shades. In other words, the knight has now bound the once fragmented void under its own will, allowing it to control the void in a powerful new way. With the union of the void, the Pale King, and the White Lady,
That's what I used
the
to
knight
kill
has gained a
Radiance.
strength before unseen. It is with this charm that 2 additional endings become unlocked. Hornet will now be standing outside of the Black Egg, offering to help the knight should the opportunity arrive. Midway through the fight with the Hollow Knight, Hornet rushes into battle, subduing the Hollow Knight and piercing its shell. It's at this point that the knight is given the perfect opportunity to enter into the mind of its sibling, fighting the source of the infection head on, and finally putting an end to the Radiance's
So you
tyranny.
Void Jesus? Dude, I think I
Or it
am.
could just stand there and let Hornet get knocked unconscious. If the knight finishes off the Hollow
W
Knight
ending?
as usual, the sealed sibling ending occurs. Basically, it's the same as the Hollow Knight ending, but now Hornet is in the room too, and her face appears on the door of the Black Egg. It's not clear what exactly this means for Hallownest. This might imply that Hornet is now a dreamer, but she's inside the temple, meaning that no one can actually get in there to kill her should the knight ever start leaking infection. At the same time, Hornet mentions that the bindings of the Black Egg would drain her, so she's probably just going to die anyway, right? Generally, people consider this to be one of the worst endings, but it's worth pointing out that Team Cherry doesn't support any one ending as being the true ending. Each ending is canonical in its own right, and honestly, this ending isn't the worst. At least the Knight and Hornet will get to spend some quality time together. If the Knight does dream nail the Hollow Knight, it will be taken to an arena
That's
where it
me.
can finally fight the Radiance head on. But the Knight isn't alone, as the other shades from the Abyss will appear in order to
We
help
fought that
corner the
light
Radiance.
boss, bro.
Eventually the Radiance gets trapped in the tendrils of the Void. The Knight bitch slaps her a couple times, and then the Radiance is consumed into the darkness. The Black Egg then appears to turn to shadows and the Void seeps down into the ground. Hornet awakens to find the Knight's broken shell lying on the floor. We get one final shot of the shades in the Abyss going to rest, and the game is over. This ending is called the Dream No More ending. The Radiance
you
is
did
gone,
that?
and
I did do
Hallownest
that.
is finally free from her infection.
Without dying.
Now I think it's fair to ask a few questions about how the Dream No More ending comes about. When the Hollow Knight was initially chosen to become the pure vessel, the Abyss was sealed up and the rest of the vessels were left to rot away. But somehow vessels ended up outside of the Abyss, and then one of those vessels was used to replace the Hollow Knight. Exactly how much of this operation was planned, if at all? The White Lady was waiting for a vessel. Did she have any communication with Hornet? Hornet was guarding the King's Brand, the only way for a vessel to enter the Abyss. How did she know it was necessary to guard the King's Brand from weaker vessels? Hell, if the vessels did escape the Abyss by themselves, wouldn't it be pointless to guard the King's Brand, since the vessels could just creep back into the Abyss the same way? I'm not going to provide any good answers to these questions, because God forbid I answer anything in this entire video. But I do want to point out that no plans to actually produce the Dream No More ending are explicitly stated in-game. So we can only speculate as to whether or not the White Lady or Hornet, or maybe even the Pale King,
Dude, the lore is
knew that
kinda
they could
crazy.
defeat the Radiance by creating a Lord of Shades like the Knight. Regardless, the next 2 endings were definitely not planned. In fact, the last 2 endings that were added in the Godmaster update almost feel out of place. The Godseekers basically hijack everything to the point where you don't even have to enter the Temple of the Black Egg to beat the game. That's like beating Mario Bros without ever seeing Bowser. But on the other hand, the Godmaster endings basically reinforce that Hollow Nest does not exist in a vacuum, which can help the world of Hollow Knight feel more real. Because what else is reality but just a bunch of random chaotic stuff happening all the time? If the knight finds the Godseeker in the junk pit, it will be able to enter her mind and refight all the bosses in the game. This is part of the Godseeker's ritual. They basically attune to the resonance of gods through ritual combat. This allows them to ascend their minds higher and eventually, through the use of godly focus, achieve communication with the god sleeping in Hollow Nest's heart, the Radiance. Now I know what you're thinking. That's a pretty convoluted little religious practice they have going on here. What's next? Are they going to start measuring the knight's Theon levels? It's pretty complicated, but the point is, these Godseekers have some serious capabilities to fuck things up in Hollow Nest, as we're about to see. As the knight makes it further and further through the four pantheons, the Godseekers get
what even
closer
is
and
reality?
closer to
That's what
making
I'm
contact
saying.
with the Radiance, locked away inside the Hollow Knight. At the end of the fourth pantheon, the Radiance makes herself aware in this strange reunion cutscene between the vessels. But she isn't the only one to make an appearance. The Void itself appears to go on the attack, rising up to meet the Radiance's call. It's at this point that the final challenge, the Pantheon of Hollow Nest, becomes available. The Godseeker finally acknowledges the knight as being more than just a simple cringer, and they begin to watch the knight more intently. After defeating like a bazillion bosses in the final pantheon, the knight finally comes face to face with the Absolute Radiance, a stronger, more enhanced version of the game's final boss.
But that's
Finally,
so many. That's gonna
the
be so
stage
many
is set.
bosses in Pantheon
After roughly
5.
40 minutes of intense
It's like all of them,
agony
right?
and tedious boss
So
battles,
Pantheon's next.
the knight has finally reached
I'll
the
probably take a
ultimate
break from
enemy
Hollow Knight, to be honest.
responsible for the destruction of Hollow Nest. Truly, this will be a battle for the ages. But first, let's check in on our old pal Menderbug. As it turns out, he's still alive.
I'll talk about
when the
what's
knight arrives
next
in Hollow Nest,
after this. I
and
think
he's
it's
still
almost okay.
fulfilling his duty after all this time. Let's
We got
take
like-
one
we got
last
like
look
8
at his
minutes left.
diary.
My lovely diary. Someone's gone and broke. My favorite sign. Right there.
But the lore is
at the
actually
top of
mad
the
interesting.
crossroads. Keeps happening too. But you know, I just can't get mad about it. I should be thanking them, really. More chances to fix that beautiful, complex sign. And I've stocked up on spare parts, so I've no fear it'll ever stay broken for long.
Unfortunately, the only way to ever read the Menderbug's diary is to kill him in cold blood. I'm not sure why Team Cherry thought this was necessary, but the general consensus on Reddit is that they are bloodthirsty warmongers, so it checks out. But at least Menderbug's last moments will be spent fixing one of his favorite signs in the Forgotten
So you're able to find him.
Crossroads. It's comforting to think that his final seconds of consciousness were spent in total bliss.
Actually, I think my little
before
brother
we
told
sent
me
him
about that.
hurtling
He
into
tried to find
infinite
the
chasm that is
Menderbug.
oblivion. Well, anyways,
It's like a really rare
the
change or
ultimate
something.
fight between the Knight and the Radiance plays out differently than in the vanilla ending. This time around, the Knight is not accompanied by any shades. Instead, after defeating the Radiance, the Knight seems to transform into this monstrosity. Now this creature goes
What
by
the
many
hell?
names. The God of Gods, the Lord Shade, the Devourer, the Void Entity. But I don't really like any of those, so I will just call him Bill. Bill proceeds to completely annihilate the Radiance in
Bill is a pretty good
spectacular
name.
fashion.
It's like a 5%
We are
chance to
then
find the
treated to the
Menderbug.
Embrace the Void ending. Bill comes back down from the sky, dropping into the rest of Godhome. The Godseeker starts to get pulled into Bill by Void tendrils.
So I just
We
killed
then
everyone.
cut to the Godseeker in the junk pit. Void starts leaking out of her eyes, and it appears as though Bill is making an escape back into the real world, which is probably a bad thing? Finally, we see Hornet standing outside of the Black Egg as the infection begins to disappear from nearby vines. Hornet hears footsteps coming from inside the Black Egg as the Hollow Knight reveals itself to her and the two prepare for combat. So from this cutscene, we can see that the Radiance's death in Godhome actually did kill her for real, meaning that the infection over Hollow Nest is now gone. This means the seals inside of the Black Egg probably wore off, allowing the Hollow Knight to escape its prison. In other words, the Embrace the Void ending is a goddamn cliffhanger, and we have no idea how Team Cherry plans to follow this up. The Hollow Knight is running loose in Hollow
That's
Nest,
crazy.
and the Knight has transformed into a raging
Cypher?
void monster that
Literally.
might try to destroy the entire kingdom, or at least what's left of it. What's even more strange about this ending is that the announced sequel, Hollow Knight Silksong, doesn't seem to be related to this ending at all. But that's a whole different shit show.
Yeah, how does
Obviously, the biggest
Silksong,
mystery
how
surrounding this
does
ending is the
Hornet get into a
appearance of
different
Bill.
kingdom, bro?
Did this creature exist in the void already?
If he does so much in
or
here,
was
like,
it somehow willed into existence by the power
is
of
it
the
like
God
after you guys
Seekers?
think? You think it's
Did
like
the knight
after?
turn into this thing, or did it just become a part of it? Examining a statue of this creature and other forms of the knight grant the player a Hunter's Journal entry for an ancient artifact called the Void Idol, which might imply this creature might have been worshipped by the ancient civilization. But again, that's pure speculation. We don't know what this worship of Void exactly looked like. Maybe the Void they worshipped took the form of something more sinister. There is one thing we know about this monster though. It's weak to flowers. Yes, these things. As it turns out, those delicate flowers that Zamir has stockpiled up her ass are actually useful for something. They contain a strange power that even deters the White Lady from touching one. The Godseeker, however, is dumb enough to accept a flower from the knight. If the player does this, instead of Void being released out into the world, this flower pulls a no you, and the Godseeker and Void disappear into thin air.
Whoa.
The flower itself is described as giving off a pale light, which appears to connect it to the pale beings. Like I said before, pale beings appear to be some form
So
of
that's
top-tier
another ending?
gods. As of right now, we are only aware of two, the Pale King and the White Lady. But the fact that Zamir
That's
brought
crazy.
these pale flowers from a faraway land implies that there are definitely more of them out there. Another small hint of the existence of pale beings are the pale ore items that can be found all over Hallownest. Did these come from the Pale King, or possibly some other pale being? And what exactly are they? Are they poop? In general, the Godmaster endings appear to be doing a lot of setup for future Hollow Knight content. Like I said before, Hollow Knight Silksong doesn't seem to connect these events on the surface, so we are in a bit of a bind when trying to discuss what these endings actually mean for the greater narrative Team Cherry is building. There's
Yeah, I don't
definitely a lot
know.
more to consider about what the pale beings are and what
Wait, does
properties
this mean
they
the players
possess.
in inbred?
And we also have plenty of questions surrounding the Void.
Doesn't mean
and
they're
how bugs have
related, but
interacted
like
with it in
of the same
past.
species.
It almost feels like we are looking through a keyhole, trying to grasp onto the totality of Team Cherry's creation. How powerful are creatures like Bill and the worms? Where did things like the Void even come from to begin with? How much bigger is the world beyond Hallownest? Is Bardoon into butt stuff? But of course, that's the appeal
That
of a
last
game like
question
Hollow
is
Knight.
kind of real.
Having all of the answers to every question would just ruin the mystery of the world. Plus, if we didn't have questions like this to waste our time on, then what else would we be doing with our lives? Go outside? Ugh. And so this video comes to an end. Now I know the average attention
Dang.
span of a YouTube viewer is 9 minutes, so let me leave you with a few takeaways. 1.
I love
Hollow Knight
Mossbag.
is a game about bugs. I know this may come as a shock,
We do
but
love
it's true.
Mossbag.
Watch the
Y'all go
video
sub to
again,
him, you know.
and this
I'm like
time,
stealing his
pay
content, so.
attention. You'll notice
Bro, in
right
God
away, I
origin
promise.
stories, there's always some kind of
2.
inbreeding.
Murdering your own babies might not be
That's
such
facts.
a good idea after all. I mean, this is obviously just my interpretation of the game's lore. Other people might have different views on the subject of murdering babies, and
I already
every
did.
opinion is
W.
valid, so I don't want to step on anyone's toes or anything. 3. Menderbug is fucking dead. 4. Nothing is certain. This video probably has a few flaws in it. Trying to construct a cohesive narrative with the information found in Hollow Knight isn't exactly straightforward. I'm sure my views will change in the future, and I encourage you to explore the lore yourself. 5. And this last point is fairly obvious, but I should mention it anyway. Cory in the House is the best anime.
Alright.
It's a party every week, baby.
Alright, chat.
That's right, I'm in the house. So shake it up.
We did it. We beat Steel Soul. I don't really know what else to say, but oh yeah. So holy crap, I have Discord dams. As far as streams go, I'm gonna start streaming less going in the future. Or like at least for a little bit, so I can work on some videos. I did a poll not too long ago on what game I should play next, and y'all voted Terraria, so might do that. But that was before I got like Skyrim, so I'm not sure. maybe I'll do a new poll of some new games. So end streamer tier list. We can maybe speedrun a tier list real quick. Let me find it. Link. I'm gonna speedrun this because I kind of gotta go pretty soon. Oh, now Song to the King. All right, I do gotta play that. You are right. You are right. Okay. Bro, I need the link to it. Oh, already ahead of you. Right. Oh, this is my old one. Trader Lord's kind of mid. We'll drop him down. I think below Hornet 2. Is this not Big Zoe? I love Zoe. After Pantheon, I'd put him up here. Soul Tyrant is Dream Boss. Okay, Soul Master, he's way too easy. He can go like way down. Also, Elder Who being up here, crazy. Broken, go there. Oh wait, no, Great Prince Zoe is here. What's Zoe the Mighty? You're going in. You're going there. Normal Zoe. I don't think I've ever fought normal Zoe. And then White Defender, I did fight. So, and I actually really enjoyed that. That was a hard, fun boss. I think Malika's a little high, to be honest. I'd definitely put Dung Defender over False Knight. Let's do... Is Failed Champion Dream Boss of False Knight? No, I was kind of lame. If Failed Champion is Dream Boss of False Knight, bro, I'd put that like... That's a fun one. Yeah, I did Lost Kin. Lost Kin is kind of mid. Okay. Collector at worst? Nah, I'm putting Umu at worst. These are fine, I guess. Bunch of Dream Bosses, Crystal Guardian, Ovals, Soul Master, or Beast Tamer, or whatever. Soul Warrior should not be that high. The Hollow Knight, yeah, I don't. A Hollow Knight could low key go lower, like here, I'd say. Let me play some. I'll just do this playlist. Umu was that bad? Umu has no, not Umu in the game. Umu in the Pantheon 3 ruins me, bro. Okay, makes me crash out so hard. Obviously, NKG, Grim, Mantis Lord, White Defender, Soul Tyrant, kinda not that memorable. I'd put it like down here. I like Zoe. I'd honestly bump Radiance up. Watcher Knights are high. What the hell? Also, OG Hornet's a little easy, so I'd put it here. Like even like first Hollow Knight playthrough, I think I first tried Hornet. Hornet Sentinel's fun. I'll probably put this down in B tier. I think this is okay. This is based on how much I like the bosses. Do we rank Radiance S tier? I don't know. Not quite. I don't think. Well, nah. I think high A. Like, my A tier, I really like these bosses. Like, all these, I really like. I think these are all super fun bosses. Like, honestly, like, False Knight gets so much faster in the Dream version, it makes it, like, hella fun. Same with White Defender. That was a fun fight. All these down here, all the Fs, I actually just... Okay, Monster Riders are getting too much hate. The bosses in F should be bosses I genuinely hate fighting. Okay, we have a mass... Okay, I'm gonna move a couple things around. But I generally don't like fighting any of these. This guy's just boring, but you can go above the annoying dream bosses. We'll put... This is fine. I'll put it there. Crystal Guardian and Rage Crystal Guardian are like the same. Hollow Knight. Yeah, you're staying there. I hate you, buddy. How come False Knight's high then? Honestly, False Knight's like harder than Hornet for an early boss. Like, low-key, it could be a little lower though. I'll put it there. Obbles. Honestly, after fighting them again in the trial, they're not that bad. I think we'll put there. I'll just try to fight them Soul Master. Soul Master's kind of boring. I don't like Tamer that much. Markoth, kind of boring. You can go here. Broken Vessel's fine. Hive Knight is fine, but you're going lower, buddy. I think this is pretty good. Honestly, I'd put Sly above these. I messed with Moloch. I think it's a fun fight. Soul Tyrant, it was harder, made it more fun. Yeah, I think this is pretty good. I think this is the list. And then you wanted me to watch like a YouTube video. What was the video? To the King? These better not be cringe. I should mute this. I put more D's and C to make them even, but it looks alright. Well, maybe those bosses just not be mid.
Oh, ashes to ashes, your dust.
Yeah, it might be cringe. It might be cringe.
Telling yourself that you do what you must. Oh, anything to keep your kingdom's trust. Monarch eternal as we slowly rust. How much is
Surely-
too much? Oh, just what is the cost?
Surely
To
I wouldn't
keep
get
up
striked for this, right?
fate and cursed all along. We lived and we died so that you could pause time. We hope you enjoyed your last subjects of love.
Nah, this is fire.
1, 2, 3, you need sacrifice.
I don't know, man.
To seal your damned demons away. 'Cause pain and
I don't know
death
about
is
that.
fine as long as this kingdom's might live to see just one more
Better than Thick of It?
day.
Nah, Thick of It better, but Thick of It will 100% get the stream taken down.
I've got it this time 'cause there's no cost to gray. The future, think of the past. Do you remember? Do you regret? Think of your children. Think of your men. Someday you'll have to pay up your debt. Try to forget us, we dare you to try. 'Cause we will remind you, this isn't goodbye. Look to the future, look to the past.
It's about the king or something, huh?
Do you remember
He dead anyway, like Loki.
your graveyard?
I know, Chad. Think of it might go harder.
Silently, slowly, we keep up the fight. Given some time, we just might set things right. We try and we try to climb up to the light. With corpses
How long is this?
beneath you,
Yeah,
do
4
you
minutes long.
sleep at night? Way up above lies your chosen pure night. The only one spared was the one with no mind. For you, for your heart, for your love.
I think it might be a young.
Pretend all is fine as their mind rots inside. 1, 2, 3, you need
3 million views is
sacrifice
crazy.
to keep your
I mean, I guess Hollow Knight's a big game.
demons away.
And it is a music
'Cause
video, so.
pain and death, it's fine as long as this kingdom's
Views are gonna be
mine.
higher
Live
'cause there's a lot of
to see
rewatches.
just one more day. Please, just one more try. I've got it this time, 'cause there's no cost to great. Future, think of the past. Do you remember? Do you regret?
The barrier's
Think
kind of
of your
bad on some of these clips.
children, think of your men.
Oh.
Someday you'll have
Because I don't have
to pay up your debt.
1080p premium enhanced bitrate, guys.
We dare you to try.
That's why I upload my stuff in 14 480p. You're
This
gonna
isn't goodbye.
avoid that.
Think of the future. Think of the past. Do you remember your great
Dude, I beat that boss. Dude, they are buns. Unbelievable, they fell.
voices will cry out again.
Dude, they fell again. Alright, chat. Yeah, I think this completed the list. It's good enough. Do I just do this? I don't want to save the image. View community rank. Dude. Community rank also has but community rank has the same top 3 as me, so. Why Defender's fun, like. Like, honestly word. I don't know if this is based on difficulty or what. Of course, we need to know us down there, so maybe not. I don't know. Word though. Next stream, 112% Steel Soul. We would not be doing that. But I mean, let me know if there's any games you guys want me to play next. We got like Dead Cells. We got I think Deltarune chapters are actually coming out pretty soon. This year we get 3 and 4. We can use Skyrim. I haven't opened it yet. I haven't opened The Escapist 2 yet. Quite a few games actually. Rain World also haven't opened yet. I could run another poll if you guys want, since I have like a couple more games now. Pizza Tower would be sick. How much does that cost? I don't remember. Yeah, I do want to play Pizza Tower at some point. $20. Okay, we might wait for a sale, Loki. I'll do the wish list though. Skyrim 2. Yeah, I haven't played Skyrim yet. Or bring back Cuphead? Question mark? One friend owns this game. Y'all know who that friend is. Oh, ooh, weird time for Torrin to join. Oh, yo, how you doing? How's it going? Hey, I beat Steel Slip though, so we could bring back Cuphead if you wanted to. If you wanted to. Cuphead just came up. I wasn't the one. Okay, I brought it up, but like it came up because it's. Chat recommended Pizza Tower, and it showed that it was similar to Cuphead, like one of the games I played. So, yeah. You know, will you stream Silksong when it comes out? That's not even a question. Of course I'm streaming Silksong when it comes out. No questions asked. Like, that is number one on the Steam wish list. It's number one. It's number one. Classic glowing. No, I'll talk to him about Cuphead. Yeah, I'll talk to him about it. But streams are gonna slow down in general, so I can edit more videos. Maybe he'll be willing to do Cuphead if we're not doing it like every day. Maybe just like a couple times a week. I don't know. We'll talk it over. But I think that's pretty much it for today's stream. Oh, I don't know if I talked about this, but Castle Crashers DLC did get a release date for early this summer, so that's exciting. I want to play Celeste at some point. Same with Isaac. Same with Balatro. This will be fun to play once I get a better computer. Same with Subnautica once that comes out. I'll move this up because I actually really want to play Pizza Tower. I'll put it like here or something. Streamers Elephant. Yeah, thank you. We finally finished the run. We'll talk. All right, sick. All right, chat. I'll see you guys all in the next one. We got Steelheart. We did it. I'm completed as a person now or something. Actually, we still have like 12 more achievements to go. But yeah, I'll see you guys all in the next one. Later.